if they're going to send this to finance. I don't want to just remove it from the agenda.
I concur with that. I think I'm in favor. I'm sorry. May I? Yep, thank you. I concur with that to, I guess I'm in support of the motion that Mark made, that Carol seconded, but I'd like to keep Roman numeral 7 on the agenda for conversation. So I guess motion has been made, has been seconded. You guys know how I'm going to vote for it, which is I know exactly. There's an importance of having that conversation here.
Just to clarify again, when I heard Mark the first time, it was your motion included referral to the finance committee.
It did,
Okay,
but I'm willing to amend my motion to strike that. So the motion will be only to drop 7C5 solar and to move 7C8 and 9 to after 7C1.
I would just say I don't think we can have the conversation without your opinion. So that's my hesitancy.
It won't be
It doesn't matter. She needs to be here.
Okay. Other discussion on the motion? Shauna?
We have an agenda policy that we sort of follow, that we sort of don't. And so I think, like, to drop John's item, whether we agree with it or not, I just feel uncomfortable about that. That if we put an item on the agenda, anybody can just take it off. Yeah. Just, there's something that's, what if I next month want to talk about something and you don't want to talk about it? Does that make sense? Do you see what the, I think I need to know how John feels about that item being removed before I could support it.
Other discussion? Bob?
Well, I would just say I think some of these things, as trustees, we need to think about, are they board ready? Yeah, it seems to me some of these discussions should first be going to committee as a default. And then if they rise above that, or going with discussion with staff by that trustee member. And we would be spending a lot less time on things that to me just aren't ready for prime time. That the committees ought to be reviewing them, making a recommendation. It gets the residents involved in that issue. It just doesn't come to the board with a absolute vote and without the benefit of all of that discussion. So.
But then can't you say that about everything? 2026 street improvement bids, I didn't see that go to Public Works. Like, you could say that argument to stall anything.
Well, not much has gone to Public Works or any other committee recently, so I agree with you there that these are not normal times. I would suggest in normal time, and it's not appropriate for every item, but I think this one, at least from my view, you saw the reaction from Julie. Julie was out, wasn't able to make this. It didn't seem like the timing was good for this topic at this time.
Are we just doing payroll? Because I think
Hey guys, do you want to talk? Shauna?
I think
Mark
Mark already amended his motion, so it's really just about Don's item that's at stake right now.
Did you have anyone? Any further discussion? I'm sorry,
yeah, it's no problem. I think the motion is on the table and been seconded for consideration. I have to call the vote here soon.
I have a couple of things. Okay, so within the consent agenda, 7B2, approval request for proposal 2026 village facilities project. I have questions about that. And so I would either like to move that under new business resolutions and motions so that we can discuss it, or we should remove it from this agenda and move it to the April meeting. And I'm hesitant to do that because of time, but I would like to discuss that. There's some clarifying questions I have.
Just clarification.
Yeah.
Okay. Which item are we talking about?
So it's the 7B2 approval request for proposal 2026 village facilities project.
Right, I think that matter though, I mean, if it's not stricken from the agenda, which it has not been in my motion, it's left as is.
Yeah.
When we get to the consent agenda, John will ask, does anyone want to take an item off? At which point you can suggest that item come off and then it would appear in the regular board discussion.
Got it. Okay.
So I don't think we'll
That's-
need to amend the motion to
Okay.
deal with that
Thank
issue.
you for the
You ready to have something? Ed?
No, one second.
Carol?
So the motion as it is right now is 7C7 going to finance, or is it just?
Yeah, it was that what? It was defined.
It goes to finance, that's
It was
the
that
motion is
was
now.
last. It wasn't.
No,
Mark here.
no, my original motion was to make a referral on 7C7 to finance, but I amended my motion to strike that item, 7C,
So,
7 from my amendment. So the motion, I think, as it stands now, is just to drop 7C5 solar and to move 7C8 and 7C9 to after 7C1 MS4.
since you're dropping the MG&E's solar discussion, does that mean we have to wait a year to discuss it again, or is that only on a?
Well, I think that's the issue that Shabnam was raising. Am I right about that? But of concern over the policy of how items get posted to an agenda, because there is some language there about that if it's rejected from the agenda, it can't come back for a year. Now, having said that, it seems to me the board can change its policy, make an amendment to its policy at any time. So I don't think that necessarily constrains the board. It just means I can't bring an item. If my item was stricken from the agenda, I can't bring it back by myself. I need the board to approve it on the agenda since it was previously stricken by the board. That's my interpretation, but other people might have different ones.
Shannon?
So if Julie was here, she would say the proper terminology is to say that you're tabling. Are you tabling it or striking it completely?
More of a parliamentarian than I am.
Shabnam's right, to table it if you want to bring it
Yeah,
up,
sorry.
strike it if you
We're
don't.
here right now.
I would ask that we table it. I don't think it's fair to another trustee. Even if I'm not gonna vote for it, I don't think it's fair to a trustee to prevent them from bringing something here.
I can amend my motion yet again. So I try to slog my way through this and say, I would, my motion is to drop 7C5 solar without prejudice with respect to bringing it back to the board and to move item 7C8 and 7C9 to after 7C1 MS4 matter.
And just to clarify, C7 is still on the agenda.
Correct.
Yeah, got a friendly amendment, Carol?
This is, amended motion in a second or not? Is it just this?
It's restatement of the motion that's a second. Thank you, Carol. All right, I think we're supposed to vote here. Ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. That is adjusted. Item 4, statement of public notice. I just want to confirm that the meeting was properly noticed. Thank you, sir. Item 5, procedures orientation. Just want to remind folks that the board meeting is also being broadcast on Facebook. Any comments, questions can be responded to by the board contemporaneously. If you have questions or comments, please feel free to send those to the village administrator, Brian Moody. Public comments, this is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. The discussion actually may take place at this time, but trustees may ask clarifying questions only. The speakers may be limited to 3 minutes. We're going to set it at 4 minutes. And then when we hit 3.5 minutes, I'll raise my hand so you can think about finishing up. Are there any public comments this evening? Gloria.
Hi, I'm Gloria Beach, and I'm sorry I'm not more prepared. I came in a little bit late. My census folks are crabby. I'm sorry. Everything's going on that everyone's kind of testy. My public comments are regarding the board package, and from memory, I don't have it up. So at the I want to say the very last page of the board package, maybe the second last page, is the notes from the administrator to the board. Included in that is the court fees, the idea of moving our municipal court outside of the village to cost share with another municipality. This was raised in January. The board had a discussion in January about whether Administrator Brian Mooney should move forward with exploring this. My recollection is that the board decided no, Administrator Brian Mooney should not move forward with exploring this. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm worried about it continuing to come up, especially in light of other things that are on the agenda. I don't really know how the agenda worked out today. I came in again at the last end of that. But the solar shares program wanted to add liabilities to our balance sheet through solar shares, but then move our municipal court outside of the village. And I understand it's not a dollar for dollar equality there, but if we are cutting things, please let's not add things. And let's not cut the municipal court, please. I think there's a real benefit to having a court here in our village when we're dealing with traffic and parking that concern, or things that concern our kids. Again, as during the candidate forum, Felice did suggest, but she did say that we don't deal with criminal matters, we deal with civil matters, parking enforcement, traffic enforcement largely. Please not, let's not move that outside the village. So thank you. And
Thanks.
everybody smile. It's St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
And we're looking, some people did.
Johnny.
First, this is Dietmar and Bob's last meeting. I want to thank them because even though we haven't always agreed on everything, anyone who sits at the table, anyone who volunteers in the village, I think deserves quite a bit of thanks because it's a tough job and it's been a tough year. So thank you to both of you. Having said that, I always have a tough time when you're in lame duck status and there's a lot of things on the agenda. I find that a little uncomfortable. And Bob, I don't know, there's many rumors that you're planning to move. I don't know if that's true, but if you are.
It's not true.
Or it's not true.
Well, we're looking to downsize. It doesn't mean we're gonna move.
Okay. Well, I guess my point was if you were leaving the village, I think probably talking about a referendum would be something you might consider recusing yourself from. It's just getting to the referendum.
I would be happy to do that, Johnny, if it comes up.
No, I know you're, it's not a cut. Talking about the referendum. It wasn't that long ago we had a referendum. We voted to raise the taxes in perpetuity so we could retain staff. And that was what said. That didn't work. What I find troubling, and I think most of the community is struggling with, is that this board hasn't done anything to really look at the structural problems of the village. There's been no belt tightening, no frugality, no looking where we can save money. The only thing we've done is spend and spend more, and that's really troubling, and it bothers the entire community. the one place where we could raise some money is, I think it was the candidate forum, someone said, well, it's up to Tom Deegan. Well, really, there have been a lot of obstacles thrown in Tom's path developing garden homes. Tom is willing to develop garden homes without TIF money. We all know what that means. It means we get the money right away when he's done. Right now, we have a bunch of muddy lots sitting there. We're not even getting the revenue off those little houses that were there because they're gone. So I think the board, before you start talking about a referendum and raising our taxes, has to take some active measures to be more frugal. We have some places where it's quite obvious the money is going, it could be cut. We have places where we can make money, i.e. Tom Deegan. I think we need to do that before we talk about a referendum. Referendums are expensive, they're not very popular, and my guess is, since the last one barely passed, this one isn't going to pass. So why not go down another road and talk about ways we can look at the structural issues we have and address them? To just jump into a referendum, I think the residents feel like if we vote for this referendum and no one tightens their belt and no one learns to say no, in a couple of years, we're going to do the same thing all over again. And it's just going to keep happening. So we have to go to the source and figure out why we're over budget and deal with it first. If you did that, then you could come back to the residents and you could say, we did all these things, we tried, and we still need money. But just to jump in and say, give me money, I don't think that's going to fly. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Other public comment? We'll see. Pam.
First, I agree 100% with Johnny on that last statement about getting back to the basics here of learning how to manage our budget. And you took some things off, so I don't have some things to talk about. But one of the things I was going to say, and someone said it here, that solar proposal is not board ready. There are way too many questions associated with it. At 5 years, we can renew it, and it's going to be at a 4% increase on the KWH cost. What are they going to do about the operations and maintenance costs? When we pay that first bit, we're paying for the capital cost, but there's going to be operation and maintenance as we go along. So is there going to be an assessment again at that 5 years? The other thing is there doesn't appear to be any battery in this particular solar site, and solar without battery is useless. So what we want solar for is to be able to manage loads. And that includes being able to sell it into the MISO market, which is a way for MG&E to make a lot of money. So it's not board ready. So let's move off that one. And then the next one is, I looked at the payroll company. I am 100% aligned with Julie. We do not need another piece of software for 28 staff. Not to mention the fact that if you look at her memo, all these other things are not done. And those are the things that are going to take a lot of time. And so I trust Julie when she says, no, this is not something we want. And so I'm in 100% favor of that. The next one is, I really want to see us to begin trusting our committees, to follow a model for reporting out committee decisions using AI as a starting point, with the requirement that the chair of that committee must read the AI before it is submitted as draft. If we have forms, which is part of the problem when Sharon got here, there was no expectation as to when chair people were supposed to turn in their remarks. And so people were bringing them when they got to them. But if we have a format, then I think we can really help ourselves going forward. I really want to see the board, the staff not working in committees. It's also very negative for them to sit in a committee meeting when people are in there also talking about their kids and what they were doing on the field, and this is really terrible. They don't need to be there. We need to do something different with that. And I think using AI with Zoom or any one of the other ones that's out there. Yeah, and I had a whole bunch of points on MG&E, which I'm not going to go into. So And my last point is, I think that from now on, when we are embarking on some way to support an organization, that the Village of Shorewood Hills is going to be the representative name on that organization, that needs to go to a services committee. It cannot just be John, okay? Because John, this has just raised all kinds of conflict of interest that's gotten people all excited and upset. You really are benefiting by being able to do this carte blanche, and that needs to stop.
Thanks, Sam.
May I touch the computer? It looks like somebody's trying to get into the Zoom. And it also looks like Craig Weinhold has a remark that he would like to make.
Thanks, Larry, for touching that. Brian will do that.
All right.
I'll give access to who's ever online has a question.
I think what you have to do is you have to, not maybe? No. What does that do?
Where you see the hand raised, can you click on that?
No, we're trying to get this person to, well, maybe it's just Craig.
Yeah.
And his microphone's off. Craig, you should be able to speak, and can you put your hand down? Oh, perfect, thank you.
Am I good?
Set up.
No, he should be able to speak if he's got his hand up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Craig, go ahead, Craig.
There we go. Hello?
Can't hear you.
Is the computer on?
We don't have the mics. We don't have the mics set up. That's the problem. Right. Craig, hang in there. We just gotta set up some equipment real quick.
oh, so it's on that end?
Craig, you wanna try joining us again?
Can you hear me through this microphone?
They can hear us.
Oh, it sounds like people can hear me on the Zoom, but maybe not in the room.
Change the audio output on there.
Can somebody out there, online say something so we can hear whether Greg or full system?
Brian Mooney,
Do you know technically what's going
I
on?
believe so. Brian Mooney. I think that you need to select the audio output
on
to
here.
that from your computer.
Because it's probably not that device.
I think it's
Can
probably
you
the
hear
audio
this?
output probably needs to be selected to the external. That's my guess.
Which one? Not on the command bar.
Redeemer, I thought, that big Robert's Rules of Orders. And you know what? It's cured my insomnia.
I'm sorry to hear that you had insomnia.
Oh, honestly, since I've read it.
Is that better?
It's just coming through the computer.
So now it's coming through the computer, that doesn't force it out. So you need to change the array here, down here with the microphone.
Testing? Testing?
Oh, there we
You can
go.
hear Craig.
Testing?
Yeah.
Closer.
We can only hear it through here, though.
Just gotta turn it up.
Progress.
I can yell.
I think it'd be under Bluetooth and devices.
Do you know which one?
I think it's under Bluetooth and devices on the left. And then the audio connected where it says Anchor Power Conference, not connected.
Okay, let's see if that works.
You hit the connect
You have to
button
have
right on that
connect,
audio
yeah.
connect right there.
Okay, now try.
Greg,
Hello?
try to.
Is this testing okay?
Oh,
Still not.
No.
we can hear you on the laptop, we can't hear you on the.
Can you crank that down?
It's already maxed.
The people on Zoom can hear me. If anybody knows sign language, we could
There is, there's just about 5 audio.
pass a message.
Okay, I have a stupid idea. Ready for it?
Anchor.
There's a microphone.
Oh. Gloria just shut us off. Oh, hello? Can you hear me? Yes, testing? Testing?
It's just coming through the computer.
Oh, I hear Brian now.
Try.
See here. Okay, so the speaker, did you do both of the microphones?
I just went back to the system one.
Was that, which one when we heard Craig, which one was that?
Aha. Testing? I'll just keep testing. Testing? 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 Can someone give me a thumbs up if they can hear me? Okay, so I can't hear you, but I'll just start talking because this is a one-way thing for a second. Two comments about the first about the MS4, the stormwater permit. It has a number of suggestions for outreach and education. Two that were really exciting. One was drains to. Nope, stop. Okay, we got to stop. Thanks, John. Okay, I can start again. Again, I still can't hear anybody in the room, but I will say what my. All right, there we go. So some of the suggestions for outreach and education, two that were exciting that we're not currently doing, that, as far as I know. One is artwork on stormwater drains. In Madison, they call it like drains to lake, and they have all sorts of colorful artwork. It would be an excellent project for Four Corners or Land Rec or something for the Parks Committee to look at maybe. That was one of the things in the permit. Another one would be a clean sweep component for our spring electronics and metals recycling. If you've ever gone to Dane County Clean Sweep, you know it's not convenient. It's a half-hour drive. It's a bewildering place to navigate, and the chemicals and substances that we're carrying there are often in containers that are not really able to make a long journey. If we could do a clean sweep component on that weekend here in Shorewood, we would just empty the basements and garages of the village. It would be wonderful. On a whole different agenda item, the committee volunteer process. There's two additions. I really like it. I like all the thought that's been put into it. Two things I would like to see, though, is to direct village staff to contact people who are on the list to inform them when they're aging off the list, and also provide them with an electronic copy of their original application. That'll make it much easier for them to reapply. They'll already have the information. They won't have to go hunt it down or something like that. 2 years is a pretty short period of time, so they're going to, as long as they're active, they're going to want to keep reapplying. Even better, maybe allow the person to renew their application with just a simple email or phone call. Second, I would like that policy to also require a public call for volunteers at least a month before any vacancy is considered, just so people know that something's coming up. That often gets people thinking about it and maybe fill out the applications. So that could be a village bulletin notice or a Nixle alert. Thank you. Sorry about the audio problems, but I am done. We still can't hear the meeting though. So if somebody could fix that on the Zoom.
Comment. Hold on a second. Public comment. So I'm writing in the chat. Before we do that, is there anyone else online that would like to make public comment?
Can the people online, did they hear Craig's comments?
Craig types, I can hear now.
But did the people
Michael
online?
Van Landingham is giving a thumbs up. So Michael, you can hear us? Public says they can hear us?
Did they hear, were they able to hear
Yes.
Craig's comments?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, we could. Okay. All right.
I don't need to take your spot, sorry. Nate Miller would like to make a comment.
Okay. Nate, can you join us?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I wanted to, I guess the agenda item maybe got stricken, but you know, there's been a lot of pushback for the solar program. I think I would just like to advocate that we should support solar. You know, I can't say that there's been enough information to move forward with the current proposal, but I think, you know, what makes the village, you know, a great place to live is, you know, the environment, the nature that we have there. And if we're really going to think forward, we need to come up with more renewable sources of energy. And it doesn't really make sense for us to develop a solar array in the village at all. So using the existing programs makes a lot of sense. You know, we joined, the village joined the shared solar program, I think in 2019. And if there was a cost analysis done on that, I think we're paying a very good rate right now for that amount. And so, you know, if something else could be done to figure out, you know, how long it would take to reap the benefits of shared solar, I think that would be beneficial. And just lock in prices with energy prices being volatile, you know, that steady rate, I think, is one of the good things we can have. So I don't know where that stands. I kind of didn't really understand the first part of the meeting, to be honest. But just, I think people do in the village care about sustainability, and I just wanted to make sure that was on the people's minds for either tonight or when it gets tabled to a future meeting. So yeah, thanks everybody for their work on the board, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nate. Appreciate that. Is there any more folks online that have a public comment? Kate Crowley. Kate Crowley?
Yes, I'm trying. How's that? You can hear me?
Yep, that's great. Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to comment on the two agenda items today about the TID closures and the referendum. I see that the proposed motion is that the referendum proposal from Ellers would go back to Finance Committee, and I appreciate that. And I think that's the right place for this discussion to continue, is at Finance Committee. But I do want to make sure that everyone on the board and everyone who might be listening understands that the Finance Committee has not discussed a referendum beyond declining to recommend that we pursue one in 2026. At the January Finance Committee meeting, we had, as a committee, recommended that the board pursue proposals from our consultants to explore TID donation and TID closure strategies. The board in February approved that. And to my knowledge, we don't have a proposal yet from our consultants to do that. Instead, looks like we've kind of jumped to referendum. I look forward to discussing that at the next finance committee meeting. But it is, at this point, not consistent with the recommendation of the finance committee in January to pursue these services from the consultants to look into donation as well as early closure of the TIDs. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate.
I thought I saw Michael Van Lanningham.
It was.
Michael Van Lanningham, you're up. We can't hear you yet, Michael.
Yep, got it this time.
Oh,
Can you
got
hear
it.
me? Yeah. All right. Hi,
We
Michael
can.
Van Lanningham, Harvard Drive. I just wanted to say that I guess number one, I'm a participant in both shared solar programs. The original one, which is a 20-year fairly good deal, and the current one because for historic reasons I can't put solar panels on my house. I think it's a good way to participate in lowering carbon footprint, which I think is an ideological goal that may not align with finances in some cases because there is a bit of a premium. If it's possible for larger concerns like the village to buy into the higher upfront cost and then have a lower future cost, that might be something to look into. But again, it may not be discussed tonight. Number two is in terms of potential referendum. I agree with the finance committee member Kate, who just spoke. I think while it's important to look at TID closures and TID donations, those are incredibly complex processes. And from my understanding of the memos that were provided in the packet tonight, they may not yield enough to close the gaps, at least in future years, not this tax year, maybe not next year, even when paired with something like a wheel tax. And I think that while some people may be skeptical, many Dane County municipalities have gotten a referendum and the timeline is long. It's not something that means we have to go to referendum now, but it is something to be looked at. I think the community values are actually more in line with raising revenue via referendum because of the more progressive nature of property taxes than, say, a wheel tax. With a wheel tax, I can't charge you more if you drive a Porsche than if you drive a Pinto. But if you have a $3 million lake house, you pay more. So I think those are things that finance should look at, and the board should make that referral. Because at this point, we just don't know what things will look like in the future. And then finally, I think on Trustee Lotfie's payroll proposal, I just had one thing to flag. While the organic payroll services seems like a very good company and fits, I would note that most of their clients are not municipalities or state entities, so they don't have to deal with the ETF. So I'd flag that, and I'd also flag the comment that she received from Baker Tilly relayed in her email that was they didn't understand the financial model of how organic payroll was making a profit on that. And Baker Tilly is a larger firm, so they may envision more going into payroll, sort of in line with the finance director's note than what organic is providing. So thanks for the chance to speak tonight. Have a productive meeting and good rest of the week.
Appreciate that, Michael. Are there other folks online that wish to speak? By public comment. Okay, we'll keep an eye out. Let's move it back to the folks that are here. We have additional public comments this evening. Go ahead, Brian.
I think I might just stay here today since there's so instead of standing up. So in light of the DA's open records request that we've all at this point seen has made its way around the village, there's been a lot of questions from folks about what that is. And the MG&E discussion, I think, highlights where I suspect it goes, which is there is a conflict of interest, for example, with MG&E and John, MG&E having for a while at least been part of your board at WEI, just as an example. Potentially. I'm not saying there is necessarily, but I can see how one would think that. So looking at how that bypassed the committee with a phone call appeared on the agenda to be taken care of. There's an open records request. We talked about transparency and all board members knowing everything equally, which we talked about on Sunday. There was no sharing of all of the communication that went into us planning to join that between MG&E, the committee, the board, how that made its way here. There's an open records request that's still pending where there is a fee that's being, demanded from just simply of $120 for that to come back out. That still is pending. So while I appreciate that being tabled, I think that discussion, right, that point and how that came to be and the general distrust of how things might happen around here, right? I think it does a good job of typifying where some of the concerns lie with residents and others about how decisions are made and what happens here. So what I would like to see happen before that issue resumes is I'd like to see a disclosure of all the communications about how that proposal made its way through and to whom be complete and make its way out about before that issue be raised or make its way to the board to be voted upon without Mark just coincidentally, perhaps that was his reasoning here for tabling it, but that's not clear to the rest of us as to how that happens. So I would very much appreciate if those kinds of issues were cleared up and the communication went to everybody through committee and wasn't a phone call here, a thing there. I think that most of us would support, especially with the way things are with gas prices and the situation that our administrator removes, would like to have a more locked in alternate energy path for the village. I would support it more than likely. But the way that we get to those conversations and who and how and who recuses themselves and who doesn't, who brings it, who doesn't, that concerns me. And I don't think it's just me. I think it's a lot of us. I think it's the DA. And I think that we need to do a better job of doing that as a village. So I would encourage you guys to not unilaterally bring things in, create a false sense of urgency like we did with Logix, like we're doing here, that the shares are going to go away. And instead, address that in an even, considered, deliberate manner that actually is transparent, not just words.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Marilyn, I think I saw your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much. Marilyn Townsend on Wellesley Road. First of all, I want to thank Brian for the work he did for the volunteer dinner. My husband and I were able to attend, and it was, as it was in the past, lovely. It's always good to see other volunteers and talk about things. And John, I thought you did a great job on summing up all the people who got awards. I assume people who nominated them, you read their praise, and it was very informative. And I know as a trustee at one point, we thought we'd save money by eliminating the volunteer dinner, and it was a very bad idea. We learned the next year as everyone complained to us. So it was good. So getting on to it, I really wanted to talk about, but thank you. And Brian, thank you for all your weekend work. I want to flag that we're in the midst of a number of hiring issues, and I would ask that the board direct the administrator that one of the administrative staff positions, not talking about the treasurer or the village clerk, should be filled with 2 part-time employees, preferably residents. My experience as chair for 10 years of the personnel, administrators like to hire the way they like to hire. Unless there's a directive from the board, I don't think that full-time position will turn into 2 part-time positions, which we always had 2 part-time residents till Sharon came in, and our part-time people during the pandemic were just eliminated. We've had wonderful success with part-time residents. Of course, at the volunteer dinner, Koki got a wonderful appreciation award, but she started long-term resident as a part-time employee in the village hall. She went on to become a full-time village clerk. The The full-time administrative staff position came in was highlighted during the last referendum. It was a newly created position. I pointed out in my literature to the residents that we didn't even have funding for it. And Sharon, our previous administrator, to her credit, when I said, where is the funding coming from? She said, well, that comes from the referendum. I said, we haven't even passed the referendum. So, and there is value in 2 part-time positions. I support all the full-time, but we've really had a full-time staff creep. Part-time positions are more financially feasible, at least 2 for the office. And if they're residents, the value is they walk to work. We've had some very bad hirings, nothing to do, I think, with atmosphere, but some full-time staff have lived far away and they found jobs closer to home. That wouldn't happen if we had residents. In addition, it creates a sense of community. We have repeatedly heard new employees are angry at village residents, think they're uppity. If we had village residents in the village hall, I don't think there would be this us against them. So there's financial and practical advantages. Last but not least, we need to bring the personnel committee back into hiring of staff. Under the radar screen, while they're giving lip service, it doesn't occur the way it used to, that personnel committee members actually interviewed staff. It's a good thing to do because they get to know residents. We give feedback to the administrator. And I noticed, for example, the minutes of the personnel meeting back in November 2024, Chair Barford pointed out that there are changes in the administrator's job description, which gives the administrator more hiring, termination, discipline, starting wage authority. That was a back way to take authority away from the personnel committee. The committee members viewed, according to the minutes, they really thought they should continue to represent the community by taking part in the hiring process. Again, we need to go back to basics. And again, I know from the 10 years I worked with a beloved former administrators grumble about part-time residents. They say, well, Marilyn, on outside I could direct them better. There's a lot of value that comes with at least 2 part-time employees in the village hall. And I think we would really help our community input. So thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments this evening?
Yeah, I have
Rocky?
One of the things I want to mention, Gloria brought up about the court at the end of the document, that seemed a bit strange. I thought that was a settled decision. I wasn't sure how they got back in the packet again. I concur with Gloria that we probably shouldn't be outsourcing our court system. Anyways, not at this point. The other thing I want to mention, brought up here about the thing in consent agenda that should be talked to by the board. I've looked at that proposal. I think it's a bunch of crap. I think you guys discounted most of what Deegan's advice was, and I think it's very expensive and doesn't address what we really need. I think it's really kind of blowing the budget. And certainly if I'm fortunate enough to get on the board, I'm going to do everything I can to deep six that thing and go back and reevaluate what we really need here. And the last thing I want to say, I wasn't going to mention it, but I don't think the DA should be confused with MG&E. Maybe they're talking about that, but that DA thing is coming out after our past 2 presidents and the 2 trustees in the finance committee, the way I read it. Let's be clear, this is serious. This is very serious. If I was any one of those people, I'd resign from the board and I'd find a lawyer. This is nothing to play around with. When you look at that thing, they are dead serious. And I find it interesting that the board seems to downplay this by not even telling the public about it. You know, they wanted to get John's resignation, which to me looked like you're trying to throw him under the bus. Don't take that the wrong way, John. I'll sign any paper that comes to my door to ask for your recall, but I don't think the board should do it. And I really think you guys got to think about what you're signing here, what you're approving, and what you're doing, because in a couple weeks, there's going to be a different group up there. And from what I can tell, that group does not believe the way you're doing it, with the proposals, with the TIDs, with a lot of this stuff. So I'm just hoping that you'll, calm down and not approve a whole lot of stuff tonight. It's not really a lame duck, as John mentioned, because a lame duck technically is after the election. But seeing village sentiment at this point, I have the feeling this is very much a lame duck board. And I think you should treat it like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Rocky. Appreciate that. All right. Other public comment this evening? Anybody online? All right. Let's proceed with the agenda. Item 7 is board matters, payment of bills. Mark, do you want to speak to this?
Sure, I'll go ahead and make the motion to for the payment of bills in the amount of $5,244,453.99.
Here, a second. Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. That motion carries. Item B, consent agenda. Items 1 and 2. Kate, you want to speak to your item?
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion, I guess, to remove item B2 from consent, so we can discuss it.
Okay. Mark?
I'll second that.
Thanks for that. And then someone want to make a motion to approve 7B1 consent agenda? Do we do that first? Or we do that second?
You should do that at the same time.
And
Agenda, not just.
sure.
Let's do that. That works?
Yep.
Yeah, that. And Mark was the second. Ready to vote? All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Kate, you have the floor.
Okay, so we will talk about that immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. So, first off, I am glad to see that there was some movement on the RFP process. A couple of things that came to mind after our discussion at the board level. So my understanding was that we were looking at improvements in current village hall, so I'll call it 810, but that there was also a short list of updates we were going to be making at 1008 as well. I literally remember we were sharing a screen, they're sort of above and below the line. We had a conversation. So I did not see any of those improvements listed. Question from my end is that coming in a secondary RFP, or should that be included in this one? Should I keep going on a few things and then we can discuss? Okay. I noticed that the budget was set at $3.5 million. I know that we have approximately that in our entire facilities approved budget, but my understanding was maybe not that we were going to spend the entirety of that 3.5 on this location and at 1008. So again, a question I have is that the right range we want to be putting in this? We want to get accurate bids back. So I feel like if we are not planning to spend that kind of money on both buildings, we should correct that budget number. I also noted, it looked like there was a pretty sizable, the one piece of information from Tom Deegan, which I believe we also discussed as a board to really leverage Tom's work a little bit farther. He did a bunch of this legwork already, and I felt like that was really lacking to kind of he already introduced some potential layouts. The one thing that was included though, which was a bit of a head scratcher, was an expanded garage that looked like for police, literal more square footage. I did not see that in Tom's, that is not the way that I thought we were interpreting Tom's most recent look at this building. He was instead, I think, looking at repurposing this back room and maybe adding a staircase in the back. It was not a expansion of this space. So I think we should really clarify that. And And then, yeah, my last point was about leveraging more of Tom's work. Jeremy mentioned. So those were just a few things that I wanted to discuss at the board level.
Thanks, Steve. You want to respond?
Yeah, sure. So the first item, the first question that you had pertains to 1008 Shorewood Boulevard. So my recollection of the board decision related to 1008 done. Terry had presented a wants and a needs sheet. The decision or the directive that I received from that was that was going to be handled through a 3-bid process for each of the items that were identified as priorities. The majority of which within those priorities were identified to be a part of a station area of the shop. So as of this point in time, what I've been doing Terry is seek bids, 3 bids for each of those identified needs, bypass the RFP. The secondary parts of 1008, which I assume we will begin discussing probably as soon as next month, is how do we want to incorporate feedback from the survey that we completed for the facilities workshop weekend, which was possibly incorporating new community space, because if it's decided that a community room is best fitted to go into 1008, then that would necessitate an RFP. But I think Terry can handle the needs modernization of the bays right now through the 3-bid process. Here. Oh, so yeah, so budget. I don't think Tom Deegan's plans necessarily pin down the exact price, and there were a lot of different pieces to what he presented that I think had options for consideration, the garage being one of them. So this was to just use the monetary amount that we had set aside for this year, knowing that we have another 4 million thereabouts next year to be 1008 permanent fixes. But to establish a number right now by which to go out that I think can accomplish the additions in 810, and give a figure, I think, to firms that we can stay within for a max budget to accomplish all those tasks. Now, the question that I had, and the reason I wanted to have this back on the consent agenda, is I also had a little bit of confusion as to where the final decision was made as far as some of those modernization upgrades here. Some of the Tom Deegan plans have a garage, they have a parking lot fixed. I know just from our internal talks, mechanical equipment, rooftop HVAC units and stuff were pending in the budget or in the CIP from past years. If this is a place that we are looking at staying at for the foreseeable future, I think it's prudent to have a review comprehensive done to get those pieces at the same time by an engineering team, architects, and trained professionals that know the current status of this building and when needs to be upgraded.
Other board comments on this thoughts?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to add a couple of comments, and just to affirm, I guess, from my institutional memory here is, indeed, for 1008, my memory is that we use the procurement process that's already in place to tick through the list of items that presented by Terry wants and needs. There's a pathway that's established, framework that we can chase those things down. As far as the 810 Shore Boulevard work, especially rooted in Tom's perhaps final iteration of really downscaling things, this is the starting point. What is in here are certainly things that I see having talked about revamping space on first floor, revamping space on this floor as well. That's accurately represented. I think where I'm lacking a little bit of a memory is where we left the garage in its entirety, and if that was an enabling part to accomplish these remodel works or not. So that's all to say, this document captures what I recall and what I believe we have talked about. But more importantly, when the RFP responses come back, there's truly someone that's not someone, maybe an outfit, several people in charge to help shepherd this thing through. I think what you will end up getting are RFP responses that are varied in their approach, certainly varied in their deliverable information, really sorting through that. So where am I going with this? I think, to Kate's point, perhaps to put a high watermark or a dollar amount in there may or may not be true. I'm not sure. And the information that's in here is a starting point on the journey to start remodeling this. So I think this needs to get out the door sooner than later. I'm personally worried about the deadline. I know Brian, you and I have talked about that before as well, that April 6th is not a tremendous amount of time to get reasonable RFP responses. But I think we're also up against time pressure to actually start implementing the CIP as well as borrowing and setting that aside. So those are my comments, and I guess if anybody else has any questions, let's ask.
Thanks, John. So as Kate mentioned, we have 3.5 million budgeted for facilities, but we also have Terry going out with requests for the needs. So if hypothetically everybody responding to this RFP comes back with a $3.5 million price tag, and let's say we're spending 200,000, 300,000 on these other needs, what do we do when we've exceeded our budget for facilities?
I think I'm gonna maybe try to answer that. So this is an RFP, request for service proposal, architecture engineering component or design build services. So it's really just one portion of the entire process, the design component. It's not the construction of the model. So I would imagine the RFP response for architecture engineering or design build services will come back at an amount substantially less than, I'm not going to say tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, but in that order of magnitude. Then the balance of that be used to then do the remodel. So this is step one, many steps to actually implement. So perhaps that helps. Maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure.
So, okay, no, actually that is very helpful. So this is an RFP, it goes out, and then they come back with bids saying that we could draw designs for you for $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, and then the actual construction is going to cost $3 million, let's just say. So this is just that step one, where they're going to offer to design and give you a price on the design. That it'll cost us $20,000, $30,000. Is that correct? Is that right?
I won't agree to the dollar amount because I can't corroborate that. But yes, this is an RFP for architecture, engineering, or design build services. So to take the information that Tom Deegan has put forth and provide design services, architecture, engineering, or design build services to create plans. That's a good way. And then those plans will then be used, because you're a municipality, then to gain public bid input on the physical works, on the renovation and the construction.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Mark?
Yeah, so clearly Terry to be working along this process in parallel, because as you said, it's recognized that we set our CIP for this $3.5 million this year, and that's split between multiple facilities. And so for us to be able to make any kind of decision, respect to the RFP, when the results come back, is we need to know what the other needs are and be able to factor that in. So just make sure these processes go forward together.
I was just gonna make an analogy here, Sean. Now, it's like, if you were gonna have an electrician come over and change your outlet, you would have 3 or 4 electricians come give you a bid. They come and do the work. There's no design involved. There's no architecture. There's no engineering. And that's really what Terry's gonna have. I need X number of outlets. I need the insulation done. I need a new heater. That's different than if you were putting an addition on your house or having a whole new kitchen where you'd be hiring basically an A&E firm, architecture and engineering firm to come up with a design, and contractor that would bid on that design in order to complete the work. So that's sort of the difference in the complexity of, I think, these two approaches that we'll take.
Yeah, and also just for the benefit of the board, Brian and I have already corresponded about this, and Bob and I have talked about it. But whatever comes back, I think that the designer, the architect needs to keep in mind what the disruption is to current services as we go through this process. So if they come in with a plan that says, well, the plan looks great, but your police department, we're going to have to move them someplace else because we can't construct this. We can't do this with them there. Or we're going to impair their efficiency. Whatever the restrictions are, we need to know that, or at least what the architect or designer believes to be the degree to which our current services are impaired in any way because of this project. But that's got to be part of the thinking.
Sean?
There's one sentence at I don't know what page this is. I'm on page 29 of the PDF, but it's at the very bottom about evaluation of proposals. And it says that the staff will undertake a review of all statements submitted and shall determine at its sole discretion the selected firm. So I just think that the village board could also be a part of that for such a huge project that the village could contribute to reviewing that decision. Is that okay?
You know, yeah, I mean, originally when we started this process, we were talking about getting an interview presentation from different committees. Within the village to serve as part of that panel to assist with the process. The way we did this in the community was once we had identified the final candidates, we brought those back, discussed it, the whole session, when we gave the recommendations for the decision, shared that decision. The panel that was formulated to do the process is more or less impressive to give that recommendation best fit based on the review criteria.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe to speed this along, I guess my questions then to the board are, do we feel like giving the budget of 3.5 million in this makes sense? That's one question. And second question is, do we feel that Tom Deegan's work gives people enough information in order to respond to this, to really give us, to really have a good understanding about what's already been done? So do we need more of Tom's background work in here? Those are my kind of two outstanding questions to the board. And if people feel, nope, we're good, then I think we should move on.
Go ahead.
I would just ask one question to you, Mark. Do you think that we would need to put a dollar amount in order to get reaction from these potential respondents to the RFP? Or, I mean, my experience in negotiating is you tell somebody a price, that's what they're going to charge it.
Yeah.
But I don't know how it works these days in contracting.
I think because it is so uneducated of a guess for the value, and the only benefit that we would gain is by stating that there's a lot of dollar amount in the CIP budget, which is publicly available information. But that doesn't necessarily identify the value of the work. That's right. But it's a nuanced distinction. So back to Kate's point, if indeed there's benefit to listing the dollar amount, it may or may not be there. I'm more inclined to leave it out, and really have it rooted in the supporting documents. Again, the Tom Deegan information. This is where we landed. This is the program information that came forth. These are the spaces that we intend to touch or renovate and look at. Have responses be the RFP response be solely grounded in that information. That would be my recommendation.
Does that answer your questions?
Yeah. So do you feel that Tom's information is, I'm just, reading through this, it's very broad. So my experience when you put out any kind of brief like this, you want to be as specific as you can, but let people color in the lines, And so I just want to make sure that we don't put something out too broad. And there's also been a lot more work, in my opinion, done in the background here. And by withholding some of that information, I think we're going to get back, honestly, maybe not the best proposals, because people are going to say, I don't know where to, there's thousands and thousands of square feet here, do we need to help prioritize spaces a little bit better? In the interest of time, I feel the urgency behind this. I'm not trying to delay anything. I actually am trying to speed it up by getting a very tight proposal out so we get the best bids back, and then we can move things along quicker, big picture.
Sure.
I guess I have a different way of asking the same question that I think Kate is asking, which is, if you don't put a lid on the amount that you're willing to spend, and the responses come back and they're all quite a bit more expensive than that, then what do you do next? Then what's the next?
Right.
Yeah. So it sounds like then the information that you would get by letting the proposers, the responders, create their own vision is worth the delay of having to go back, shrink the scope, do it again. That's a question.
John.
I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, that Kate was okay with leaving the dollar amount out, but wanted more instructions on what we wanted in the building. The plans. Is that correct?
I think Dimar has good logic on the number. I'm fine with leaving the number out. He's right, it's publicly available, they can go look it up. But I just feel like if I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of someone reading this for the first time, not being familiar with the 9 to years worth of conversations we've had with facilities. I'm just wondering, in this proposal, there's truly enough information for someone to get the kind of bid that we want, to see here. That's my only push. And if the majority of the board feels that there is, and we want to move this on, then I'm fine with that.
Sure.
Well, I was just going to say that first page, if there was going to be anything else, it would be the first page, because the second page is all the standard stuff that you would write in an RFP. Do you have insurance? Do you have a license? So if there was any more editing to this, it's really that introduction paragraph that would need more specifics.
Yeah, so maybe I'm not making myself clear. I really appreciate questions that you're posing, Kate. Brian inevitably will field questions from RFP respondents. And there's the boilerplate component of the RFP that I want to say that's page 27 of the packet, page 30 of the packet. But then what really conveys the framework of the scope is on page 31 through 35. And that identifies what we're looking to do, which is to remodel areas on first floor as well as the basement, and then perhaps a study on the site plan changes that could come with that. Now, there's a lot more interaction that will inevitably happen between Brian and RFP respondents. But this, to my mind, accurately captures what we talked about, which is as little remodel work as necessary here to have operational improvements, and nothing more. And so that's captured in Tom's drawings.
Sean?
Move this along.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to authorize the administrator to proceed with the RFP process as presented, minus the dollar amount.
You can put your head into the language.
And then this, instead of writing staff will undertake a review of all, do we just write village? Because that would include the board.
Thanks, Bob. Anything else on this one? I'm gonna support it. I think we need to get it underway, and I felt similarly about the dollar amount. Should signal, and they can look at our capital improvement budget and make the judgments. So this thing gets going. That takes the buildings. All right, ready to vote?
Actually,
T-Bar?
before we do, I guess this is an important enough vote that I would like record of it, so we call the roll.
You also.
You're supposed to go like.
You found that out.
My last name?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Carol first, and
Yes.
And D-Mark.
Yes.
Bob. And then me.
No.
Last.
No.
Last.
Okay, Mark,
My turn? Yes.
shot down,
Yes.
Kate,
I'm abstaining.
and I support the motion. Motion carries. Thanks for that discussion. It's good. Item C. 1. Number 8 and number 9. Tim Stevie. You're in the front.
Yeah.
You okay standing?
I'll make grab this chair because I'm going to be using the laptop.
Okay.
Get a chance to get screen, so it's over here.
Welcome to Town and Country Engineering.
Yes, so tonight I have an item for you guys that some of you may be familiar with. It's a annual item. It's the village's annual report to your MS4. MS4 stands for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. And it is a permitting body that's originally comes from the EPA and is now administered by the state of Wisconsin DNR. And any municipality that meets certain screening criteria for essentially having a storm sewer system that's urbanized enough or near a sensitive waterway or otherwise situated in a way, need to have an MS4 system permit. And the village has had this for quite some time, probably since the late 90s, early 2000s at this point. And your MS4 system is your storm sewer system. The goals of the permit itself are essentially to treat your storm sewer system somewhat like maybe a wastewater treatment plant, where your storm sewer system has essentially a discharge limit of a certain amount of suspended solids and phosphorus and other kind of goals that it needs to meet prior to discharge to waters of the state, such as Lake Mendota, or waters of other MS4 communities, such as the city of Madison or the university. So your MS4 permit essentially consists of, since we can't go grab a sample at the end of a pipe and say, well, today on, whatever day, on St. Patrick's Day, when we grab the sample, it was compliant. That's not really a thing that's possible. We actually model all of your storm sewer system and all of the stormwater treatment devices that you guys have out there and figure out, all right, well, is the village's overall system as it's situated right now compliant with those discharge goals? In addition to the actual modeling effort and maintaining that, the permit itself strives to set a bunch of rules and regulations on how the village functions with regards to practicing stormwater management. So when a new developer comes into town, wants to build a new high rise on Marshall Court or wherever else, they are subject to a certain amount of, building development, stormwater management requirements, and erosion control requirements. And the way that the village practices that is somewhat dictated by these requirements here. So to that end, what you have in your packet is a fairly lengthy, and I won't go through all of it by any means, a report of the village's annual activities. So the permit itself has a 5-year permit term, and the report there is essentially just an annual report of what happened over the last 2025 and what did you guys do to make sure that you're maintaining your ability to meet those permit requirements. To that end, the village is fully compliant with your MS4 permit requirements and has no noted inconsistencies with the requirements of that, and has the permit fully assembled and ready for submission. The presentation of this permit to the board is a requirement of the permit as well. So this meeting here right now and discussing it here right now is also a permit required activity. So that's kind of not to take up too much of your guys' time tonight. I would certainly be happy to answer any questions that you guys have about it, but that's the extent of what I had planned as a kind of intro.
Thanks, Tim. Questions for Tim? Dietmar?
No, but I would like to just put the motion on the table here, which is to authorize submission of the MS4 permit.
Thanks for that, Dietmar. Is there a second? Thank you, Mark. For discussion? Bob?
I seem to recall that that we were non-compliant. I can't remember if it was phosphorus or whatever, and then we got the new sweeper, and it was not that we were actually keeping more leaves out of the lake, but in the modeling that you do, that sweeper put us over the top as far as compliance. But then I seem to remember that there was some talk of the state changing that level, and then we would not be in compliant. Did I get any of that right, or what is that?
You are 100% correct. Yeah. So the village for a long time was actually in compliant with your modeling there. You did not have enough stormwater treatment out there. The village was in an odd situation in that you're fairly space tight. A lot of communities have room to develop or property to develop. You're pretty tight. So there's not a whole lot of existing open space there in which we were able to, build new, for instance, stormwater detention ponds, where when these regulations first came into place in a lot of outlying and Dane County communities, that's what you saw. You saw big new stormwater detention ponds going in to go ahead and comply with those regulations. So the village for a long time was in conversations with DNR about, hey, we're not in compliance. How do we get there? And one of the last steps that tipped you over the edge into compliance was the introduction of a new high efficiency sweeper, which I believe that was like a 2019, maybe 2020 to 2021 kind of effort, if I recall correctly. I could have the dates wrong there, but somewhat modern here. And essentially that sweeper is able to pick up more fine sediment. So that's able to pick up more. And in the modeling, that counts as both TSS and phosphorus, because phosphorus is carried with a certain percentage with that fine sediment there. So.
But it's not based on actual measurements. It's based on the model.
Based on the model, 100%. And then your point to, could the state change those limits in the future? Absolutely. Those could change. Generally, that probably would come almost from the federal government and then pass down through the state. But it could come directly from the state as well. There's been a couple of different proposals out there that have had various traction throughout the years that absolutely the state could do that. I would assume that would put the village very quickly in a similar position of non-compliance and negotiations with the state, just to demonstrate as much progress as possible with your, for instance, we put one in on Edge Hill there, and we're able to add something there with the street projects. So demonstrating kind of, incremental progress as you go forward to be able to meet as high bar as you can. To that end, as I mentioned, there's a 5-year permit term. One thing I didn't mention, that's up for renewal fairly shortly here, so that you will come out, the state very shortly will come out with a new permit that could have different rules. So even next year, we could be seeing something slightly different come down from that permit change.
Other questions for Tim? Otherwise, we've got a motion. We need to vote. All those in favor, say aye, raise your hand. Okay, that motion carries. Then Tim, we move to 7C 8, special possible action, pool parking lot, phase 2 reconstruction.
This one, we have an authorization essentially to go to bid for pool parking lot improvements. On the map here, we have representation of what was completed in 2025. So there's some new asphalt there, kind of in the north west corner of the parking lot. And then I have an area indicated in green and an area indicated in pink. Within the area indicated in green, there's an existing drainage issue. You can even sort of see it in this map. If you're kind of sharp-eyed, you'll see a dark spot right there. That's not a tree. That's not any sort of foliage. That's a pond. So the little pond's been sitting there for some time, and the goal of sort of repaving this area would be to replace the base, get a better asphalt surface on there, and also do some fine grading within that work to make sure that that continues to flow. We have done some survey out there. It looks like we've got about 1% or better grade coming from the existing extents of what was repaved last year out to the curb and gutter that's at that corner. So it's shallow, but not too shallow to grade, certainly. So it is possible to get that pond out of there without major stormwater improvements there beyond grading. So that'd be what we would call the base bid. And our initial estimated cost there is $35,000 for that work, which is based directly on your bid results from last year, really, for doing this very, very similar work. And then we were also proposing to put out to bid an alternate bid area, which would be for the remainder of the asphalt in the pool parking. So it'd be for the remainder of the northern portion of the lot, as well as the loop kind of coming around at the entrance here. And the goal there would just be to essentially get you guys a number on that. Talking with Dane, it sounds like it's been uncertain as to whether or not the village would want to go ahead and repave the entire lot, or if you want to repave just a portion. But this would give you, just to explain, I guess, base and alternate, that would be, you'd have a bid from a contractor, and if you wanted to accept it, the minimum thing that you could accept would be the green area, right? So if you had a number in hand that was acceptable within the village budget, and you wanted to pursue repaving a portion of just that green area, that would be something you could do. But you will also have a cost in a month here of, would we also like to do that pink area in addition to the green area? Would we want to do both at the same time? You'll have a number, and you can decide on either one. It would be up to your guys' decision.
And then we're going to talk about street improvements.
Yeah.
On the next item, it's also possible a contractor could submit bids for all of that.
We do, to that end, we actually do have these separated out as two separate bids, the street improvements and the pool improvements. And that is that is intentional. Our pool improvements bid that we put out last year, the village actually got 6 bidders on that, which is a fairly high number of bidders, what we typically see in this industry. And we had a lot of bidders that, a lot of the times I honestly don't see on some larger municipal street jobs, which was convenient. You guys got decent pricing for what the project is, and it was nice to see some good bidder activity on that end. So kind of keeping these two separate, we're hoping that potentially there's some contractors who are just interested in doing parking lots, and that's all they're really interested in doing. So bundling it with the village's overall remainder of work might not be as cost advantageous to you guys.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, and if it gets seconded, I guess I've got a few questions and comments as well. So why don't I get this just teed up for the motion? just authorize the village engineer to post bids for completion of phase 2 of pool parking lot reconstruction project. I guess maybe that should have said phase 1 and 2 base bid. Brian, you wrote this motion here. And I guess I'm in full support with having a base bid and an alternate bid for the board's consideration, the board commitment that one can choose if they want to pursue the alternate bid or not. So.
Thank you, Bob. Great, go ahead, Emer.
Yeah, so Tim, right? A couple of questions just on the whole ponding issue there. Maybe it's not that evident, and I certainly, it's been a while since I've walked past there. Is there a storm outlet close by that we're all pitched into?
Not super near. It does, and I'll just go ahead and zoom in on it on the map here. Hopefully. It does run from, there's a center line, kind of low line in asphalt in the existing northern portion here that then drops into this portion here and continues down through. The ponding is right there where my cursor is here. That then transitions to full curb and gutter along this stretch, and the first inlet is in Purdue Street, right on the cursor.
Can you physically get it there? Yes. I guess maybe I should have asked this before I put the motion in there. I'm putting faith in you that we're not just repaving this and then we have ponding water yet again.
Yes.
What's the point?
Nope.
And this motion should have been accompanied with some stormwater improvement as well to tie it to the storm line that's close by.
Right.
But if you're confident that with your grading work you can get this water out, then that's really all I wanted to do.
It is looking like that. So I am confident in that regard. So along this red line that I just drew along here, it's a little crude at the moment. Sure. But between those 2 points, we have 1% grade going from those two. So it's a fairly minimum pitch in terms of the flow line and asphalt, but we are confident that we can get that to flow.
Would it be worth for the board to consider to have another structure added there and tie into that storm line that's, so there's nothing else. Use water?
Yeah, blue is water, so you'd have to end up going into some of the newer curb and gutter, I suppose, in this side. And coming along Purdue Street here, I would advise that, probably the spot to drop an inlet in would be over approximately there, maybe a little bit further north. The further north you could get it, probably the better, because then you could come up and down a couple of times before you got there. It could be certainly a little bit of a cost added to that. I would guess an additional potentially $20,000 to $25,000 to add that stretch of sewer there. Off the top.
But it provides more certainty with water getting out. Yep. Yes, and the question would be to the board, is that something that should be part of the RFP here to consider that? Or just go with your recommendation of the minimum pitch to get there?
I just want to remind the board that the pool committee hasn't been able to meet recently, but the directive from the pool committee was that we felt that we should not be pursuing parking lot upgrades while it's potential that we are very likely to be redoing the building itself due to high and heavy use of big machinery. That I think we saw this with some of the parking lot that's in the black here. It was used to store a lot of heavy equipment for a lot of the work done over the last couple of years, and it did severely, that was already pretty damaged, but it made it worse. So I just would like us to keep that perspective in mind as well, that the pool committee is very interested in, tearing down or, walls in type of renovation at the pool building itself. And so in terms of staging this, it was thought that we should pursue that and then later rebuild, aspects of the parking lot that we know need to be redone. For example, this little circle, in the middle, maybe that doesn't stay. Maybe we rethink how that space is used. Maybe that's more parking. I don't know. But the point is, I would hate for us to make decisions now, spend 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 grand on something, and then be remaking those decisions in a year or two. So I hear you on batching the streets with this. I'd be more interested in seeing other streets we could batch than this. I do think that if we're gonna fix this problem, we should fix it correctly. And so grading sounds like it could be possible, might work, but a sure answer sounds like adding some storm drainage. And I think that should be done more holistically as we look at this entire part of the village. So I just wanted to remind the board of that perspective.
Forgive my ignorance. When you guys do this kind of work, what is its lifeline? What is life expectancy?
Asphalt, generally, I believe we give it about a 20-year life expectancy, maybe a little bit longer. Kind of depends on the, obviously, conditions that asphalt is in and whether or not it's maintained in some way, shape, or form. So if the asphalt is, for instance, in a fairly busy street, the lifetime could go down fairly easily. But if it was, in a parking lot and that parking lot sees some sort of crack fill and chip seal or other type of sealant maintenance, then certainly it could last for quite a while.
Follow-up questions, 2 follow-up questions. One is, does anyone know when was the last time we did the parking lot area? Doesn't sound like it was. In your 25 years of being on the board, do you guys remember?
No, we did the parking lot, the northwest section, that was done last year.
Okay.
I think she's
And
talking about the original.
well, but we have to do a whole reconstruction now, and then we've tried to pave it before and pave over the potholes and so on. That doesn't work. The whole parking lot's in too poor condition to patch it anymore. So, one thing that the pool committee also feels is that if you're gonna fix the parking lot, you have to fix it properly, but there's a proper reconstruction rather than paving or throwing good money after bad.
So, which that was the second follow-up question is, if you were to do patchwork, what does patchwork look like?
It would be fairly difficult, I think, to do some patchwork on the lot at this point. The base appears to be fairly degraded, and so when the work was done on the northeast quadrant over here corner, it included a replacement of at least 18 inches of rock underneath the asphalt. So what's happened to the pool parking lot in many places now is there's so much cracking that water infiltrates and sediments infiltrate into the base course underneath the asphalt, and it becomes sort of a soupy, kind of silty, clayey aggregate type mess that doesn't support as much load as you'd like it to. Additionally, we found that 18 inches are a typical recommendation for like asphalt surfaces like this. We found that there was probably 6 to 9 inches of existing base course underneath that section on the north side there.
One last follow-up. Say we decide to go with redoing all of it. And you guys do this before the pool season starts. And hypothetically, we're gonna get a new building, new pool within the next year, start October. Is that going to destroy the work that has already been done, or will we have to redo that parking lot a year from now? Is it clear what I'm asking?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, Dana asked me the same question and forwarded on the same questions from the pool committee as well, the same concerns. We had heard that. The thing that I said to Dane was it very much depends on the scope of the work that is done at the pool and how much and what type of equipment would be required to do that work and what type of trucking would be required to do that work. Very much depends on what that project looks like. If you're
complete redo.
Yeah, if you're talking about knock down, build an entire new thing, I mean, potentially. What we would advise likely is probably restricting your construction routes within your bid documents for that particular project. Telling that contractor that, sure, you can drive your pickup trucks and your regular material storage, go ahead and put a load of drywall on a pallet up in the corner of the lot. And, if you go ahead and dig in with your pallet fork as you're trying to move that drywall, well, that's on you. You broke something that we told you not to break. We were very specific about that. We let you use that corner, sure, but you scraped it up. Now, if you're trucking a whole bunch of concrete stuff out, I would advise using the kind of Purdue Street route where my cursor is here. So kind of fronting everything along this side and not trying to run trucks through the parking lot itself. Coming in and out, maybe backing trucks in or backing trucks out of Purdue Street here to be able to keep all of that truck traffic and truck tires on kind of the more Purdue Street section, which is not anything that we've got highlighted on this map right now for reconstruct. Try and minimize that as much as possible because that would be, in my eyes, the thing that would probably be most likely to damage the asphalt here is heavy trucks. Heavy equipment.
I promise
You're done.
that it really is. Did the pool committee have an opinion on this agenda item?
We haven't met in 2 months.
But you mentioned before that they have discussed it.
I've discussed this with Dane, but not with any pool committee members.
You used the example about the damage that had been done before. That was the sewer district, and they had some really big equipment, some big loaders. And I don't imagine that we would have loaders like that for a building remodel. We might have some heavy trucks, but I would guess that those great big loaders were probably as damaging as anything. And we knew that we were going to replace this anyway, right? So that's why we gave permission. If that had been a brand new parking lot, I can't imagine that we would give the sewer district as much leeway as we did.
Yes, absolutely. That was part of the reason why we let them use that particular portion because we knew that was going to be part of the replacement.
I'll just make one last comment and then I think we should get to consolidating more here. So my concern of mine is truly pulling water in the course of time. So whether that's summer, spring, fall, winter. Winter freezes, bad outcomes. Summer infiltration, it just softens the base. I think the notion to stave off necessary repairs because of a future need are correct. And I think there's a time component here that's more dire. That's just standing water, pulling water. I am dubious, Tim Stevie, about the idea of fine grading everything out and hitting that curve inlet. That's essentially pointed to whatever that 77 feet. And if in fact that's the right move, but I'm not a PE. I don't have those two initials after my name. So I think there's a recommendation that you also need to bring forward to this board of, none of us want to throw good money after bad. So
to your concern, just to speak to that again, we could certainly add storm sewer as an alternate on here as well, in addition to the actual repaving work, just to see what that would look like as a cost. We have had good experience getting 1% to drain. 0.75% is typically our bare minimum in asphalt in terms of drainage line in asphalt. And certainly if I had 2%, I'd be a lot happier about that. I would say day 1% is probably going to do fairly well. If we have a contractor who creates a pond on day 1 with a 1% grade, I'm going to have him back out there redoing that asphalt at his own cost. But if I see it 5 years from now and it's starting to create a pond because we've had a little bit of settlement here, a little bit of settlement there, I wouldn't be incredibly surprised. So certainly to your point, 1% is suboptimal, but not but above our bare minimum grade percentage to that.
I wonder about the effectiveness of a drain up there because it's a central point. You're expecting all that area to drain into it. So it seemed for me, it's only going to catch what's above it, and unless there's ponding prong. I wonder if it would be as effective as we might hope, because it's just a central point there. And typically you have to pitch towards it to drain to get it to be effective. And I think that's a whole different kettle of fish, trying to pitch the outball towards that, where it's all going to head down anyway. And So I guess I'm not as concerned.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just, again, want to back up for a second. So this seems to be so my recollection is pool committee meets, pool committee decides in the late fall, we do not want to pursue parking lot upgrades. Now this is being re-brought to the board a few months later with parking lot upgrades, and it's being framed as a cost saving measure. That's my understanding in the packet. It's being brought up because we could bundle some of these services with road improvements. So maybe I have that wrong, but now we're talking a lot about, pooling water, and that's a very important critical issue. But I did not see that as the main driver of why we are now rediscussing this as a pool lot upgrade. So is it a cost saving thing, or are we what are we solving for? Cost saving? Or are we solving for fixing pooling water in the area of a park?
Well, I'll try to answer that. I think from my perspective, it's the immediate problem of pooling. I think that's the issue. And I think, as DR said, I think it needs to be addressed. And the longer it goes, the more damage it will do. That's why I'm very open to the initial base bid. Whether we should do the alternative bid, I think that's another question. And I would just remind the board that while we talk about a new pool building, and I would love to see a new pool building, there is no money allocated in the capital plan for the pool building at the moment. And I think we're hard pressed, as we were discussing earlier, to pay for the renovations of Village Hall, plus the DPW building with a roughly close to $8 million that's in the plan over the next 2 years for building projects. So I just don't want us to put off an immediate problem in the hope that we can construct a new pool building in the very near future when that doesn't appear to be financially, based on what we've done so far, to be possible. Things could change, I don't know, but I think we should just address the immediate problem of the pooling, deal with that. If we get some synergies and doing other projects at the same time, that's a bonus. That's great. But my primary interest is to address the problem that we have. The other thing we will need to think about too in this is, and we don't need to decide this tonight, but when the bids come back and if the board decides to accept the bids, the question is how are those bids going to be funded? Okay, what accounts is the money coming out of? Because the pool fund is relatively low, and we know that major projects for the pool would be very challenging at this point in time. So that would have to be part of the thinking. If it's just the base bid of $35,000, that's one thing. If it's a larger bid, then obviously the funding challenge is greater. So, but again, that's not tonight's problem, but that will be an issue that we'll have to address if the board decides to accept it, if the board agrees to go forward with the bids, and then the board subsequently accepts the bids.
Gloria, we're trying to keep the discussion here. Did you have a quick thing you wanted to share with the board?
I live there.
Yeah.
And I was in the ad hoc stormwater committee. I moved into that house in 2014. This is not an immediate problem. That puddle has been there the entirety of me living there. It's been there.
You're at 907, right?
Yeah,
I'm in 902 or 907.
I'm at 907.
Okay.
That puddle that I can see on the screen has been there since I moved in. So it's not an immediate problem. This has been there for 12 years. It was probably there before I moved in. I agree with the skepticism about filling that in with asphalt. I've watched that water. All that water drains down from the parking lot and it goes into that stormwater drain that the gentleman here, yep, right there. And then there's a pipe underneath Swarthmore. That is not Purdue, that's Swarthmore on the side. There's a tunnel. Oh, see that? It connects underground to that, and then it wells up into a bit of a small bioswale before it goes into another tunnel that connects to the larger bioswale.
Next to the railroad tracks.
Pardon?
Next to the railroad tracks?
Correct.
Yeah.
So that puddle right there, it's always there. maybe an idea that could be explored is, could a chunk of the pavement, the curb be removed at the corner of that green so that a small rain garden could collect that puddle instead of putting it into the drain by building up? Because the way I've watched this, and I play with marbles when I do this kind of thing, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I play with marbles. The way I see it, you're going to really have to build it up quite a lot because it goes down and then it comes back up. So what if you just chunked out some curb to create a rain garden in that area?
Tim, did you have a quick comment on that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just to explain the grade thing, I keep coming back to. We took physical. We used the survey grade equipment, and we've taken survey of this area, and since it's been reconstructed, so I know the exact to the 100th of a foot elevation of where that flow line is at this point right here where my cursor is, and I know the exact to 100th of a foot elevation of that spot right there. We have constructed a lot of like 1% drain in asphalt type of flow lines, and certainly that would be possible from that point to this point. That is just the math on that one. But things like adding a rain garden there, that would, provide a little bit of a buffer, potentially give us a little bit more space. And if you had a rain garden overflow tapped into the back of that, then it would require a little less storm sewer. So you could do something of that nature.
Well, the puddle is just not that large. What I'm saying is just put in a rain garden without a pipe. Just put in a rain garden, cut away some of the curbs so the water can access the rain garden.
Okay.
I think we should move to close on this. I appreciate the discussion. I think there's a couple important things. Number one, our village staff are overworked managing another process like this. I think we should be careful about that. I don't think that this is so dire we have to address it right now. And I do think pool should be consulted. And I do think there's a very real question of why are we getting bids for something where we don't know what the budget is, where we're pulling this funds from. So at this time, I'm not going to support pursuing a bid.
You restate the motion.
Yeah, that's to authorize the village engineer to post bids for completion of phase 2. That's inaccurate.
Right.
For procuring bids of pool parking lot reconstruction project as in a base bid and alternate bid. And one of those alternate bids is the area in magenta. The base bid is in green. And in Stevie, I think you should put an alternate in there for the storm inlet solution for future board's consideration. That's it.
Who's the second on that motion? Thank you, Bob. So we have a motion. We have a second. I understand what you're saying, Kate. I think I want to get some numbers and have us discuss it going forward. I think points you raised are really good. For me, it's let's get some good costs in this. We don't know what asphalt's going to look like with what's happening in the world, and we'll also find out what the street looks like, what the street improvements. So I'm going to support the motion this time. All right, ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right. And then we transition into 9, the street improvement bids. Tim, you want to walk us through that?
Certainly.
And we have a motion for that as well.
Similarly, this is a authorization to bid this work, and there is, to my understanding, 2 approved projects within the village 2026 plan here. One would be Hunter Hill. Hunter Hill might be a road that few of you have traversed throughout your years at the village. Fairly short run here, a dead end, and comes from Colgate up to the termini here. Serves a few houses, but not a massive number of houses. It is in fairly poor condition, pretty poor shape. One of the few lowest rated roads in the village, to my knowledge. And the proposal here would simply be to essentially pulverize, overlay, and do spot-based course improvements of Hunter Hill. Hunter Hill itself, in addition to, is only about 12 to 15 feet wide. We'd standardize that width to be about 12 feet wide, add Carlson curb and gutter, which is that kind of asphalt gutter or curb edge that you see on a lot of the village streets. That currently exists for a chunk of the road here, but not the entirety. And we are also going to add in approximately 60 feet of concrete curb and gutter at the south side of Hunter Hill at tie into Colgate. There's a ongoing sort of gutter erosion issue there, and a significant amount of stormwater, to my understanding, that comes down that specific location, where adding a short section of concrete curb and gutter would help control that and prevent future maintenance issues. That is the extent of this Hunter Hill project. The only other thing I'd probably highlight with Hunter Hill specifically would be that it has poor property issues in general in terms of property lines. Our intent here would be to essentially replace Hunter Hill in the same footprint that it is right now. But as you can, this is frequently the case in the village, but you take a look at kind of available public data, property lines, and public parcel information, and it can be fairly convoluted. So I've got here highlighted in red on the map the approximate footprint of the road, or kind of where the road lies. You can kind of see where those property lines lie. That we have done some survey work out there to find as many property irons as we could, and did some redrawing of the actual plat data out there. But they still do have some oddities in them, I suppose. We would, again, propose not to grow the width of the road at all, but basically replace it in its current footprint. The second project on this slate here would be a similar scope of work on Shorewood Boulevard, a pulverize and overlay of Shorewood Boulevard. So that would replace the asphalt and then do spot base course improvements on Shorewood Boulevard through this section. This work would include curb ramp, a couple of curb ramp replacements where those curb ramps currently do not meet ADA requirements. So those do not have truncated dome panels that are not quite up to modern ADA standards. And in addition to that, we would include an alternate bid for green epoxy crosswalk marking at the bike crossing here. So that'd be that green epoxy paint. That was a comment from the Public Works Committee when this was discussed there a while back. So yeah, that's kind of those two projects, I suppose. Again, I would take any questions on this. Questions for Tim? Dietmar?
Tim, are you considering curb and gutter anywhere along that stretch of the improvement?
Or
Sherwood, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Sherwood Boulevard.
Yes, no additional curb and gutter was proposed to that improvement there.
Is there a reason why that isn't done, if you understand it to be?
Primarily budget.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe the budget I was told for this particular project that the village had available was $130,000, and it would be a bit hesitant to add significant amounts of curb and gutter to that road and remain within budget on that stretch. However, if you did receive bids, we could frequently we do that, are able to add things to a project with a change order, certainly from a contractor, or always in a negotiation standpoint at that point. So if it came significantly under $130,000 for some reason, then we could pursue that, or we could put in curb and gutter as an alternate, similar to the other projects there.
May I address Bob?
Yeah.
What conversations have been had in Public Works about road standards and sort of an idea to pulverize or redo asphalt surfaces without bringing them up to a higher standard, vis-a-vis leaving off curb and gutter?
Well, we relied on our engineering consultants to advise us, and we discuss it, their recommendations, and you know, look at the budget proposed and see if we can do it. But we do rely heavily on Tim Ryan with the salary.
I think my opinion is my view on this is future board should really consider when this pricing comes back, if in fact the idea which is to replace a street without bringing it into a more modern standard, a higher standard of care. To agree with me on this one, I believe is truly incorporating curb and gutter in all of this. So I guess if I were to ask for an alternate on this, that would certainly be an alternate on here, and then for future board to consider it, that's thin budget, not budget. I think to forego it from the get-go is not the best move. So, right.
Thanks for that.
And I'm strictly speaking about Sherwood. Apologize. So,
No, I think that's
Sherwood Boulevard.
Sure.
Yes, Tim, is the addition of curb and gutter or the presence or absence of it part of the rating system for roads by which we get our recommendations for which road comes first?
No, I don't believe it's part of that matrix currently. Like whether or not curb and gutter exists on a road, would that sort in your priority and your CIP? That's the way I understand your question.
Yeah.
It does not play into that kind of sorting system at the moment. Certainly could. I don't have as long a history personally in the village as my colleague Brian Bergquist, but I know during some of the just per conversations with him, during some of the reconstructions on the east side of the village, that could at times be a little bit of a conflicted opinion issue on certain parties. Certain parties like the look and feel of the village as a community with just that asphalt Carlson edge, a little bit more rustic rural, and some folks feel that adding curb and gutter is a little bit more urban. And certainly from an engineering standpoint, I would unequivocally agree that it is a nicer, easier to convey. We were talking about that 0.75% in asphalt being a minimum flow line. In concrete, I get down to 0.3% fairly easily. So that is a lot easier to convey and a lot easier to prevent pooling, I suppose, in various issues.
Yeah, I think that this comes down to sort of a policy issue, Dietmar, where I think that while I agree with you that we need to upgrade standards, it is curbs and gutters are contentious here. So
sure.
I would think that would have to come down to a policy decision by the board that in all future projects, we shall bring curbs and gutters up to standard. And most safe streets standards or programs recommend curb and gutter and sidewalk for safety reasons. So I think
there is a complete street guide that was done several years ago, which I think is the prevailing standard.
Right. Yeah, couldn't think of it. You're correct. And I think that probably needs to come here, maybe not in the committee, I don't know. But we have to set a policy to be consistent. Bring things up to some standard as you mentioned.
I guess my opinion is that there is a complete street standard that speaks to it.
Have we adopted it? I don't think that we have by voting. That's going to be our policy.
John and Mark, you guys were wrong.
Yeah,
no, you were wrong. Complete streets were adopted.
Complete street resolution was adopted.
It was adopted. Yeah. Does that specifically say then? I know that the recommendations are maybe it's only sidewalks. I'm not sure about curb and gutter.
And I know that I've seen it's in the comp plan.
Maybe that ought to be looked at in public work to determine if we have firm ground to make such a strong policy, or the work just follow that policy.
I guess I was hearing Dietmar ask, misheard it, to kind of bid it as is, but then what does it look like with curb and gutter? That's what I was hearing. So that's one. Two, with respect to the budget, I know House and Sewer went through there last year. Big time. So I don't know if we were shepherding that to make sure that they did everything they were supposed to do in terms of any repairs there, because they tore up there. So we're satisfied that they did everything that they were supposed to do. There wasn't anything they owed us from last year that we could piggyback on.
Yes, yeah, that is correct.
Because that was like Berlin after the war there for a while. So, and because this is the front door to the village, this is our main entrance. I mean, I want to see the numbers, but if we could do a better job with that front door, and with the epoxy, and for the crossing there, that's a big crossing for kids, bikes. We should, the more information we can get, will allow us to make a decision.
No motion.
We need a motion. Yeah, we need a motion.
I'm happy to put a motion
Mark,
forward.
put a motion up.
To authorize village engineer to post bids for completion of the 2026 village road projects. With an amendment to have an alternate or curb and gutter on the stretch of Shore Boulevard.
There's a second to that motion. Thank you, Kate. For discussion. Tim, you're clear on that?
Yep.
Okay. Ready to vote? All those in favor? Motion carries. Yeah, I think that's it for you. You're welcome to hang out. Thanks so much, Tim.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd love to. Thank you, Tim.
Have a nice one. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, item 7C2. Back.
Tim's screen's still up.
Yeah, I'll take it. Seven.
That would.
C2. Discussion early TID closures and village budget structural deficit options. I know, Mark, your memos in packet. We've got information there for Ariana. You want to kind of speak to this?
Well, actually, I'm gonna let Brian introduce it, and then I will weigh in when we get to the issue of the referendum.
Oh, that's right, for item C.
Because there's a couple of items here, in a way, they kind of merge right into one another.
Okay, Brian?
Sure. So this has been more or less an ongoing discussion item in some shape or form the last few months. The most recent discussion that has come from rule to have our finance committees take a look at some of the considerations for early TID closures, as was noted by finance committee member Crowley earlier in public comments. I have engaged Ellers and asked them to run computations for what potential early closure of our two largest TIDs, TIDs 4 and TID 3, might generate on a timeline that is outlined in one of the emails that's included within the packet. I asked our finance director, Ms. Fitzgerald, to run some numbers as to the combined salary amounts of existing staff that currently is found within the TIDs. So those numbers are also included for reference this evening to aid this discussion. So we have to keep in mind that any early TID closure would also then necessitate the money that is funding the staff salaries to then be added to the levy when that TID closes. Now this again is a little bit larger issue than just spending. I included one of the graphs from my budget hearing in the fall to show where the village has landed in terms of its net new construction percentages and how inflation has impacted all municipalities within Wisconsin. And reference that was the Madison Metro municipality snapshot, more or less, to show just how much under inflation net new construction and levy has put municipalities into a spot for meeting budgets. Kate Crowley earlier is correct. The final figures related to an inter-TID loan haven't been finalized yet. But we can tell you at this point in time from the numbers that we've received back from our colleagues at Ellers, the anticipated revenue gains from any tape closures, accompanying any wage figures that need to be added to the levy as part of that computation are still coming in under what the monetary amount is that we would need to generate to break even surplus. Thus necessitating questions about other decisions that the village might want to make in the future as far as service reductions or other cuts or revenue generation through other means, referendums. It's more or less just a conversation starter. We're going to have more continued discussion in finance forthcoming, but like I said, it's a placeholder to just be engaging with the village, be transparent with the village to understand the predicament and what our projections are showing through our financial model tool, and just have a good discussion about options.
Thanks for that.
So, yeah, so I agree obviously with everything that Brian said. I think our problem is that we have not been able to close this deficit, the structural deficit, the projected deficit as yet. It in fact could be larger or smaller than projected. It's just a projection, but we need to close it, I think. And the work is ongoing with regard to the TIDs. We haven't given up on the TIDs by any means. More work will be done. The board authorized us to continue to work on the TIDs, and we will. And it will be on the next finance committee agenda. But given the fact that we haven't been able to close the deficit as yet, that it takes a long time and a lot of preparation to do any kind of levy referendum, that it's a complex calculations, that the staff, even if we were fully staffed, we would struggle to do this on our own. And in fact, the village did go through this exercise several years back, and we did have a levy referendum approved, but it was very challenging for the staff. So I think what we're doing here is we said we need to keep our options open. This is not a decision of the board to go to referendum by any means. This is only a decision to further investigate the possibility of looking at a referendum and giving that to the finance committee, let the finance committee work its way through it and come back to the board and say, well, it's worth at this point in time going through the option. The difficulty is we only have these narrow windows to go to referendum, and the next window is in early 2028. And if the revenue, even if we put it on the agenda, if we decide to go forward with referendum in 2028, we wouldn't receive any of the tax revenue until 2029. Okay, so if we pass on the 2028 referendum, now we're looking at a 29 referendum and we'd be even a year out.
Carol, you could say it's 2027.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
excuse me. 2027, 28, and 2028 was like that's 2029. So it takes almost a full year to gear up to do this, and then it takes another year before you even see a nickel out of it. So I think that's why, given the nature of the deficit we have and the options we've looked at to date, that we're not done with that process by any means, that spending a little time and money to look at whether it makes sense to investigate and begin the modeling for a referendum now, as opposed to at some point down the road, just seems to make sense to both Brian and myself. Whether it makes sense to the finance committee, well, if the board approves this, then we'll hear from the finance committee, hopefully in April. We're meeting, it's now scheduled on the 23rd. I don't know whether we'll be able to reach a recommendation on the 23rd. Hopefully we would, and bring it back to the board, and then the board will have to decide whether it wants to move forward with the planning process or to hold off to some future date.
Questions, Kate?
Clarifying question for you, Mark.
Yeah.
Can you quantify how much time and money? Can you give us a sense? You said, should we spend some time and money digging into this? Can you give us a sense?
I think
how much are we talking and how much time?
the number that kind of, well, go ahead, Brian.
Are you just saying for the services of Ellers?
Yes.
Secured 4,500.
Well, I certainly want the finance committee to work on this. We've done one referendum for 14 years. I've been sucks up a lot of the actions. But structural things are structural things.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to go to referendum, but the options are very limited. I thought initially that the TID closures had more promise, right? But the fact that levy limits apply even to a TID closure really started to change the calculations a bit. But there are some synergies from both closing a TID and going to referendum in the same year, in the sense that the TID closure, if we go through with it, will actually decrease the tax rate in the village. It'll bring on this additional property. So everyone's mill rate will start to go down. So that's a good thing. And then if we layer on top of that a referendum, we may be in a position to be able to offset some of the costs associated with the referendum. It may not have to be quite so large, but that's why all these things have to be modeled together. And I think we're in a good position now because we do have a financial model available to us, which we never had before, that we can actually question the model and get some answers. So,
Yeah, so I think if I'm not mistaken, the last finance committee meeting that I watched, the committee voted not to discuss referendum and to pursue alternatives to close the gap. One was to the TIDs and working with Vanderbilt. So I think this would be to override that decision and that is what the board's job is in situations where we believe that is necessary. But I worry, like if I had to go with my instinct and my gut and what I know of the residents, I worry that we would pursue referendum, put energy into it when it's pretty clear from them that we're not gonna vote for it without the board having shown they've invested in alternatives first, like cutting expenses, being a little bit more frugal, discussing garden homes. So that's my concern. We can certainly override finance, say we want you to look at it, but spending a lot of energy and and then dead residents are not going for it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that the finance committee said no to referendum 6. This will be for 2027 for effective budget 2028. So nothing this year. Just talking about getting planning in place and education of the community in place as to the need. It won't impact this year's budget process, but it will be possible to take for 2027's consideration impacting budget year 2028. So we're actually planning a year ahead of time.
Okay, that's very helpful. But then my follow-up question is there a reason that we want to force that on them right now? Is there other information I'm not aware of for why we're not having those other discussions, but we're having this discussion?
Go ahead. Follow-up is, my understanding is that there would still then be deficit for 27. This doesn't solve our 27 issues. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, the model that we had and what I asked Ellers to assist with was looking at closing TID 4 in 2027, which generated, Mark, you might have to help me on the number. I think it was like 30.
Except Mark, what I'm asking is in your memo, Mark, so in 26, we are at 0 because we're drawing down, right?
Right.
27, we have a 92K deficit.
Right.
So if we're talking about referendum, that doesn't hit our budget until 28, we still have to solve our 92K in 27. Is that, am I correct in that one?
Correct.
Okay, so that's why I'm following on to yours. If we have a more immediate concern of 27, we have 92K, we have to figure out how do we pursue everything at the same time, I guess. It seems like we're prioritizing. So,
And that's the benefit of the financial models. We're not going to be looking at modeling a single year. We're looking at the whole 5-year horizon from 26 through 2030. And yeah, that's the issue, is that we have the structural deficit today. It took $120,000 this year out of the rainy day fund. Will we have to draw down the rainy day fund again in 27 in order to cure the $92,000 deficit? Hopefully not. Committee will have to be looking at that, as well as potential referendum, as well as TID closures. But the referendum and the TID closures are not an answer to 2027. They're an answer to 2028 and further out in time. So committee does have a lot on its plate. It has to, at the same time, look at the immediate budgetary issues for 2027, but it also at the same time has to look further out and say, how do we close those longer term deficits? And hopefully using the financial model and the assistance and expertise of Ellers to find the best path forward, keeping all our options on the table. And so we're saying we need to look at the levy option. That's not to foreclose any other options, but I think we need to look at it. And whether the committee feels the same way, they'll be reporting back to the board next month, the month thereafter, with their recommendation.
Just a point of clarity, are we talking about 7C, Roman numeral 2 and 3 all at the same time?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one was really discussion only.
Are we past that?
And then we sort of morphed into
Discussion item 1.
discussion item 3, which is the only one that has a potential decision on the board.
I think laying out where we are right now, our initial review, I kind of was hoping that this was also like an idea of other options to have from planning or long-term vision standpoint that we want to discuss as other solutions. Like, I don't want to make it sound like there's only one option. There are other viable solutions that we could potentially consider.
Why don't I go ahead and get the motion on the table, and then we'll second, we can continue the discussion, whatever. So my motion is to refer review of Eller's levy limit referendum assistance proposal to the Village Finance Committee for its review and recommendations.
For a second. Thank you, Kara. Any further discussion? Okay, Shauna?
So this is just to give the finance committee authorization to review, or is it to require them to review?
I think at this point, if this motion passes, it's a dictate to them to review. It's a mandate that they do this. We could do it on our own, but I think this issue of levy limits and referendums is a big deal. It obviously has a lot of public concern, as it should. And I think it's better from the finance committee's point of view to know that the board is supportive of this investigation as opposed to us going off and doing it on our own.
Shauna?
I have no problem with the finance committee reviewing all avenues to close these gaps. But I'm uncomfortable, I don't want to say the word ordering, is that the right term? Ordering them that this is the solution you must look at. I want them to make that decision, having looked at all the options. it can be a referendum, it certainly can, but they can make that decision. Does that make sense? Or are we saying this option supersedes all other options? Like, you gotta be clear. You should be clear.
It seems to me we're looking at an analysis from which we can then look at the results and make a decision.
But the finance committee can do that. They don't need our instructions to do that. So why are we instructing them to do that when they can do that?
I think the issue is that the finance committee previously recommended to the board that you not proceed with a referendum in 2026. So having made that recommendation to the board and knowing that the window on 2027 will close very fast, that we got a lot on our plate. If we don't begin that modeling soon, there won't be an opportunity to go to referendum in 27. I think that's something that the finance committee and the board seriously needs to consider before that window closes. This is something, I mean, we've only been through a referendum once, but Ellers has been through this process with many communities and has a pretty deep understanding of how complicated this process can be, and not just the modeling, but the public outreach, the wording of the question, and so on. So I just don't want us to be in a position where, yes, finally the board says, yeah, this is something now we need to look at. And then we look out at our calendar and we find out now it's 18 months and we're going to have to close deficits without the benefit of this. We won't even have the option. I think that's going to be trouble.
We have a motion, we have a second. We're ready to vote on this.
Could you read the motion again, please? Are we talking about item 2 or 3?
Three, yes.
The motion was to refer Eller's levy limit referendum assistance proposal to the finance committee for its review and any recommendations.
Okay, I'd like to make one comment. Earlier, Johnny suggested that I should not vote on referendum. And I agree, if this was a vote for a referendum, I would abstain, given my short tenure. And even though my term goes to the 21st of April, but if this is investigating, gathering information, then I will vote. I just want to make that clear to anyone listening that I haven't contradicted.
This is not a vote for a referendum.
Right.
It's a referral to the committee to begin a planning process. And if they decide that a planning process should go forward, to make that recommendation back to the board, and then the board will have to decide. And even then, it won't be a decision for a referendum. It'll only be a decision to engage a consultant to do planning.
Yes, we're good. All right. We're ready to vote on this? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye, raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, that motion carries. Thanks for that, Mark.
Yeah.
Item 7C 4, discussion possible action April 28th Village Town Hall event, League of Wisconsin Municipalities training session. Brian, you want to speak to this? You know, you covered in your packet.
Yeah, I kind of outlined this last month, similar recap in the administrator for this month. I was supposed to have a call with the team at the League of Wisconsin Municipalities this afternoon. It got canceled due to the snow event yesterday, and their schedule's getting mixed up, so I'm going to have that rescheduled next week. But putting the pieces together at the moment to try to get this meeting set up, we'll be having a 2-part session. I'll get more details. I'll share that with the board on that second call. But it will be 3 listening sessions with both village board, village staff, and residents. And then they intend to come back, the League of Wisconsin Municipalities, after researching the questions, hold a town hall event where we can have a back forth session, questions being answered and other additional questions to be fielded by their team the evening of the 28th of April. That should coincide with our new village board. I think it would be a perfect time for this event to kind of introduce a new village board to the community and likewise answer some of these questions that have been coming up over the past year. Just how we operate in the local government level and best practices. So this motion is just to, again, bring that to the attention of the village residents and also to formalize the date of the event for the town hall.
Questions, Brian?
Motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the April 28th for the next village town hall.
6 p.m. For a second. Thank you, Carol. Further discussion on the motion? Yeah, okay.
One thought, Brian, we may want to get this on the radar of the candidates, just so that they know who they elected, but maybe soft hold for them, since this will be on their calendar quite quickly.
Good point. Comments, otherwise ready to vote on the motion? Those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Motion carries. Thanks for that, Brian. We took Chair Solar off. Item 7C, 6 community interest summary document. Kate, you want to do this?
Yeah, okay. Right. Excited to talk to you guys tonight about our committee, our volunteer committee structure. I also want to thank Carol, who partnered with me on a bunch of this, and we'll be doing a demo shortly, so get ready. So this is, I know we've talked about this at a couple meetings to keep this quick and to the point. There are a couple of things that I wanted to make clear tonight and to discuss. So in my memo, we'll see them kind of bucketed into a couple different things. The first thing is this, we've discussed using, so this is in service to making sure we both have a good process for how we manage our volunteer committee process, so that it's very clear to residents if they want to apply to be on a committee, and it's very clear to staff what they own, and it's clear to the board what we own. What we have discussed over the last couple of months is piloting in April at our next meeting a ranked choice voting system. I want to make very clear that this is a pilot program. We are actively not trying to change our ordinance, which clearly states that the president has the authority to appoint members. What we are doing is we're opening up the kind of the process that happens before that, that may have been in one-on-one conversations, and we're making that a little bit more public, a little bit more transparent, so that residents can actually see that go down, and then the board as a body would be then recommending to John a few top names. Whoever gets the most, and this is what Carol's going to do in the second number, gets the highest number.
You'll see.
Yeah. Would go to John then to make that formal appointment. It is still at his discretion to potentially not make those appointments, even if the board favored them. But because we are not changing that ordinance. So I just wanted to make that absolutely clear that this is a process to help us arrive at the potential appointees that John may make at the volunteer committee. So we wanted to go through a couple of the ranked choice voting details tonight. I also, at the same time, as I dug into this, started to look at who is serving on our committees. And so there is a second conversation that I want to have tonight, and I'll share my screen in a second, around just looking at who is on current committees. This is, I'm using the data from our website as of like about 10 days ago. So forgive me if something has shifted in the last 10 days, but I did basically a deep dive into our ordinances, what they actually say, and who was actually serving on committees. And so I am by no means, recommending a certain next step here. This is what I wanted to discuss at the board level. Do we feel that we should honor, this the way that the ordinance is written? Do we feel like we should make updates to certain committees? We are not going to make those updates tonight. This would inform our April appointment process. but I thought it was important for us to realize, how many trustees, for example, are serving on certain committees. And I kind of called this out one by one. So that's kind of the secondary piece of this, because I feel like while we're really looking at this entire process, it's important to also look at, well, is there any kind of, shift we need to make so that we enter this next phase starting in, when people are appointed for their terms in May 1, so that we're all on the same page about how we want these committees to operate.
And Kate, just a clarification, that's this spreadsheet.
That is correct. Yeah, so I will share my screen for that piece of the conversation. Carol, is there anything else that you want to add at this point?
I guess just while everybody's thinking and watching, that it would be the new board that would be doing voting, just so that everybody knows.
So Bob and Dietmar, you're off the hook.
Yeah.
Look at our phone. This isn't the last item on the.
No, just for this.
Can't go through it.
Yeah. And I forgot, the third thing is, based on, so in the last meeting, in January, I showed you a draft updated volunteer application form that is also in the packet again to make a formal, one other motion here is to formally approve that. And Brian, I would be on handing off an editable document, but that would be the updates that you've seen previously to that committee volunteer interest form. And the only real addition is I added each of the committees and a little descriptor pulled from our ordinance or our website that describes what the committees are. So I felt that someone who is filling out that form might not be aware, what does the Blackhawk, committee do? And they can just read a little blurb about it. So that would be the only addition to that. So tonight, just to be very clear, I'm looking to the board to approve that new application form, to agree to the ranked choice voting pilot at our next meeting, and we will explain what that will look like in a second. And then thirdly, to just have a discussion around the current committees, their structure, and how we might want to update that as we get into April. Make sense? Okay. Should we move to what do you do first?
It's up to you.
I guess maybe we can take it one at a time. So is there any questions around the updated volunteer application form?
Yeah. If it's okay for me to share my screen, I took the document that you guys created and I put it in a Google Doc, in a Google form, word for word exactly as it is. I'm just going to share this real quick for 30 seconds. One second. I'm able to share. Here we go. Here. So this is the form you guys created, and I think that by using a Google Doc, a Google form, you will have one place where all the applicants go to submit their applications. You don't have to worry about them emailing it to the chair, the wrong chair, the president, the clerk, and it being lost or finding it and trying to find it in people's inboxes. So this is word for word the content, but by using a single location, it's easier for staff and the president and everybody to know like where everything is. You don't have to search for it.
You had it just as a document.
I had it as a document. I can share the document too.
No, I
It's
mean-
in the packet. Yeah.
It wasn't on a formal platform.
No.
No.
My intention is really just to approve the contents of it and a second discussion on that. I kind of defer to Brian on how he would want to manage it, his team. If Google Docs works or if there's any just security liabilities that I don't know what the bill would use, but
I think we want to be careful not to micromanage this process, but particularly given how short-staffed we are. So I think I have no problem with the form, but I really leave it to the discretion of the administrator. figure out what the process is, given the staff limitations that they have and all the relevant issues. And we as a board just focus on the broader policy issue. I also don't have any problem with ranked choice voting, provided that any motion to approve such a process makes absolutely clear that this is a recommendation to the president and nothing but a recommendation, because I feel strongly we have to follow the current ordinance until such time as the board, if ever, decides to change the ordinance. The other thing I am concerned about is just timing on this whole process, because it's already March and we're talking about February. I know your memo talked about giving candidates an opportunity to address the board, for instance, about these positions. And I think the more information, the better. But given the very short time frame, I'm wondering whether that's even feasible. And as we said, the board that is going to be making these decisions, other than the process decisions we're going to talk about tonight, the actual appointments and whatnot will be the new board. So even if candidates wanted to come forward, there's no one to come forward to until the new board meets. And yet that's the day when presumably the appointments are supposed to have taken place and the ballots have already been cast. So I am concerned that just because time is so compressed, what practically we can accomplish within the time frame and the time available to us.
I think I can address that a bit. We've been thinking hard about that because it is quite compressed. We would set a cutoff for submission of applications, so that the first idea about that is that it'd be election day, April 7th. And we already have a body of applications which we would be carrying forward. Village Hall, they have that. So any candidates who want to be considered for this year's set of appointments would have to have their applications into the Village Hall on whatever software, survey, or device. And then we would, we would be taking them and compiling them. And I'm volunteering that this would be Katie, wouldn't be staff, but we would leave a paper trail such that everything could be verified after the fact. So maybe this would be a good time for me to open up and show. Yeah.
Before you do you mind if I jump in?
No.
Because I think we're still on the topic of the volunteer application.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
And I guess I'd like to get that out of the way. My few comments, at the risk of repeating what you've already stated, I just want to share my opinion on this. Thank you for improving the process. I think it is so needed. It needs to be less opaque. And as we found out in the last 6 months, 8 months, the opaqueness has created adverse emotions to people trying to get into the system, understanding how the system works. This becomes more clear, more accessible, and there's a clear path forward. So with that in mind, I would like to make a motion to adopt the updated volunteer application form as proposed by you, Kate.
Thank you. And I just want to note, so I think my suggestion would be, so right now when you go to I'm showing our awesome website, you go to the committees, and right here, literally it says committee volunteer application. It would be just updating it. Sure. I also see we have Chrissy's name still, so yeah, update that. But so I think in the short term, I don't think maybe we should introduce some new. I'll leave it to Brian to decide that. But if we literally just look at where the current application is and we just use the new one in the same exact process that whoever on your team tracks it, like we don't need to reinvent that wheel in the next 2 weeks. That's what I would suggest.
So the only reason I push for something like a Google Doc is that link has always been there on the village website, but you still hear people coming in saying, why am I not even being considered? Why don't you have my application? It's insulting to be on this side and And, or for Julie to say, I have to man Chrissy's inbox and this inbox and this inbox. I urge the board to replace the link with the Google form, so everything is centralized.
I think we're solving for two different things right now. The updated application is just to solve for more information shared about the committees, and hitting on the right information that we need from residents. And I hear what you're solving for. I just think in the short term, I would just suggest keeping the system as is and just literally updating the content. And if it works, a good thing about the pilot is if it's working well, then we can figure out other iterations, which might be a Google form or some other, there's a bunch of fillable. I just don't know what municipalities can use, you know. So
I'm gonna support the motion, but are we also gonna talk about the village effort to engage the residents that we do have this deadline coming up? And we're gonna do that with a Nixle, or we're gonna, so you can answer it whenever you want, like operationalize that, because I think we want to know, we want to get this out to folks so that they can respond to which. Go ahead, Carol.
There definitely should be a Nixle, but we know that Nixles don't reach everyone, so. Maybe in the news item on the front page of the website. Be one way.
Demar, then Mark, or?
Yeah, just again, it's an operational question, and I don't need to dive into the weeds, but I assume you're capturing folks that have already applied
yes,
in this whole thing.
they'll be
Just to
grandfathered.
make sure anybody that's watching,
Yeah.
if you've previously applied, that stands. This is an updated form. Maybe there's more to it.
Is a good point. In the board packet for this month, there is the updated, Brian was kind enough to pull the updated list of who has applied. So I would encourage residents, if you think you have applied, you're not sure, please check that list. It's in board packet. It's a little
Current as of 10 days ago,
yes,
is what I heard
yes.
you say.
So if you applied last night, it wouldn't be in there, but that would be the source of truth to look at right now. So, yes.
So we've talked about, maybe it's even part of the current process that only applications within the last 2 years are still valid. Are we gonna cut that off? Because they're on the list, there are some older ones.
I think we have to grandfather
everybody. Okay.
Yep. So we have a motion on the table to, I think we should just keep it to the volunteer application form.
It's fine. Mark, did you have something there?
Yeah, I just want to be clear about this issue of the transition. And I want to hear from Brian on this, because just to understand what this process, so someone, and I would like to know who, is going to transfer all this historical data, all the historical applications to this new system. So
it's not a new system. It's not, we're saying it's not a new system.
Well,
literally the village tracks, it's a new form. The village tracks this already, they'll literally continue to track it the same way. It's just a slightly new form that's been updated, you know, to be more.
I guess I don't quite see it that way, because the existing system doesn't have extended space to describe your relevant, professional and volunteering experience and so on. I mean, this application doesn't require, but it does provide for applicants to, write an essay if they want, right? But the current system doesn't have that.
It does. The applications I've seen for individuals for the last 6 months have written narratives, paragraphs.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, so, but somebody's going to have to, let me back up then. So are we proposing that this new information that's going to be gathered is all going to be input into the existing system? Is that how this is going to work?
It's not inputted by field. So someone comes in, they fill out a full, page and a half application, and the village takes that and notes it. So we're going to just say, instead of filling out this 8.5 by 11, fill out this one, and then the village will track that. It's not done by field, maybe I'm just not understanding your question.
Carol,
From either the old form or the new form.
Yeah.
The contents of that are going to only be seen in their totality. They'll be put into the board packet so that the board members can read them. The only thing that's going into the voting system is what committees those people want to be.
Okay. And you're saying you and Kate will take on that responsibility to pull that information from both the old and the new forms and get it into the system.
Yes.
And the board members, the trustees, will just get basically hard copy or electronic copies of exactly what people had previously filed, as well as the complete new applications from people who are now interested in.
Yeah.
So,
Board members will get complete copies of all the applications and whatever they may have attached to their application, like their resume or whatever. And then board members will also get a list of who is applying for each committee.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think before we move on to the ranked choice voting demo, should we vote on the new?
Yeah, let's vote.
Okay.
Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Motion carries.
I have a question, I'm sorry. That's not, I've been waiting to see if somebody's gonna pick up on it. Bob sent a wonderful email this week about the Safe Streets for All committee that the board approved. But that committee is not on the website. So if we're going to have an April 6th deadline, how can we have an April 6th deadline for all applications in when all the committees aren't posted for people to understand what they're supposed to be applying for?
Carol?
Thank you.
Yeah, this is only for the standing committees. So.
Safe Street for All is an ad hoc committee. We reached out to the residents for volunteers. And we got those volunteers, and the committee and its members were approved by the board. It's just we've been sitting waiting to see if the money would come through. I mean, it's been a year. So we had approval for the project, but the money never came because of the administration. Excuse me. And then just a few weeks ago, we found out that actually the grant had been signed. And so and that's some of what I was trying to explain in that email, that we know we're getting the $150,000 to do this safety action plan, but we don't know whether or not we'll be able to apply for money after that to actually implement the projects, because we just don't know what's happening in Washington. So it's a weird situation to be in. But that said, hopefully we'll be able to do something beyond the study. As I mentioned, maybe temporary speed bumps or some other experimental projects with the money that we have.
So residents should not bother to apply for that committee because it's already been filled?
It's like an existing committee. It already has members, unless some drop out because it's a year later.
Okay, because Jan Trimore was very interested in this. And
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to revisit it with the members.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, this pilot, we're also not solving the problem of who is chairing committees for this pilot. So we're not going to solve everything at once with this, but we are going to try. I hope.
Okay, should we move on to the ranked choice voting?
Well, one more question on that. Second trustee. Some of our committees have second trustees. How are we going to handle that? If that trustee continues to be a trustee, then will that spot on the committee be reserved for a trustee, or will those seats become open? I mean, we also have cases where second trustees are leaving office. And so will those spots be reserved for a second trustee by the new board, or will it become a residence seat? I mean, I think there's
This is the third point that thank you for bringing that up. It's a great segue in about 10 minutes. So we'll let's demo the ranked choice voting.
I'm chair. All right, can people read that? Is that big enough? Okay, all right. So I'm hereby declaring that the routine that I'm using was written by ChatGPT. Okay, I have stress tested it pretty hard, so I've been working on it. So it is now an amalgamation of ChatGPT and me. So I think this is a really good application of a large language model. So I'm not too embarrassed that ChatGPT wrote it. Because of the stress testing, it's gotten quite a bit longer than it was in the packet. And if anybody's curious about that, I'll be happy to show them anytime. So the point of ranked choice voting is to get a better representation of the full field of people's preferences especially in a race that has more than one seat to fill, multiple candidates. So I'm just going to walk through this. I am going to start with an instance that's looking for 2 open seats, and you have 3 candidates. So just pasted it up there. So there you got 2 seats, 3 candidates, and you have 7 trustees voting. So what you see there is R1 is everybody's top choice, 7 top choices. R2 is their second choice, R3 is their third choice. And the trustees are kept in order in each of those rows. So the first one is always the first trustee, the second one is the second trustee. That's an internal record keeping thing of how the program works. But now I run the program and it says, okay, the quota equals 3. And that is because you have 7 trustees voting and you have 2 seats open. So to win, the 2 winners would have to have 3 votes each. Then the last one would get the 1 vote. So that's what the quota is. So in the first round, you see that it's 2 and 1 is for Frank. Frank is eliminated because nobody got the quota. Nobody got the quota, so the next step is that you eliminate somebody. Frank is eliminated. Okay, in the next round, Frank's vote, the trustee whose vote for Frank got eliminated, their next choice floats up to Joe. So in the next round, Joe has 3 votes and Sue and May only have 2. So Joe is elected. Then there's another round because you still have to find your second winner. It says round 3, Sue and May. It says there's a tie. Doesn't look like a tie, but it's a tie in ranked choice world because both Sue and May got the quota. They both got over the quota. So the program asks you, oh, well, who do you want? So you would have to say, in this case, May. So I'm going to type in May. So there's a little bit of not automatic stuff going on here. You have to kind of babysit this. So, okay, you got Joe and May. That's your answer. So let's try one that's a little more complicated, which again has 2 seats, but this time you got 4 candidates. And also this time, 1 trustee didn't vote for everybody. The last trustee only made 2 votes, only voted for Sue and Joe. You can see there out at the end. Other ones left blank. So now let's vote. Okay, first round. The quota again is 3 because you have the same number of seats and the same number of voters. So you got to get 3. First round, nobody gets 3. So what do? You eliminate Frank again. Okay, and the person who voted for Frank floats up to Joe. This time you elected Joe. Now again, May and Sue are tied. In ranked choice world, you say, okay, who do we elect? All right, those are both kind of the same. Now we'll try it with 3 seats. And some are going to be quite a few more seats. I mean, I'm sorry, not seats, but candidates. For example, for ZBA, we're going to have like 10 candidates. So there's going to be rows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is why I'm not going to be doing it the same day, I'll be doing it the day before. This time it looks a little different. The quota is 2 because you're going for 3 seats. So the 3 winners will each need to get 2 votes, and then the last one would only would get the 1 left over. So this is why it's a little different. The quota is 2 in the first round. Joe, May, and Sue all got 2, so you're done. Seats are filled. And then I'll do just one more example. This is just to show a little bit more of the babysitting is required. Let's say you had 1 seat. 1 seat, 3 candidates, and again, 7 trustees. So vote. This time the quota is 4, because only to get a majority for only 1 seat, you would have to get 4 votes. All right, so round 1, nobody gets 4 votes, but there's a tie detected to eliminate. So we got to decide who are we eliminating of the lower vote getters. In this case, we'll have to do something random. We'll have to have a hat with numbers, something, because the ranked choice voting system is not going to tell us who the winner is in a case like this.
So it doesn't automatically, it doesn't drop to a 3rd round, and then because people vote their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd differently, and then
we can do it like that. You can go to pairwise comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we could. Yeah. So anyway, you can see here. Say Joe.
So I'm a fan of ranked choice voting. This is a pilot. I'm looking forward to seeing what this produces. I'm a little concerned about the timing. So if we have our list of folks that are interested in committees as of April 7th, we have openings on each committee, folks that are up. We have other folks that are not up. They're not up till next year or the following year. So, and to Mark's point, some are filled by trustees now, primarily because we couldn't get someone for a committee. It was like, okay, we'll move a trustee in there. That's kind of how we brought it through. So when do you see you're doing all the simulations, Kira? Because I wouldn't want you to do them on the 20th.
No, I'm planning to do them the day
before what?
The day before the 20th.
Okay.
The 19th.
Right. Okay. Because I'll be having a lot of conversations with folks that are currently on committee, and so I'll have to be at some point to communicate where the vacancies are. So that's just one thing I haven't thought through. And keep my breath.
Yeah, no, please finish your thought.
No, and I just would it be helpful for the board and helpful for me to have those simulations done sooner than?
Well,
we're not sorry to interrupt. We're not communicating to the public prior to the meeting. You know, the packet for this would normally be done by the 14th or 15th or 16th, 17th, right in there. So I mean, if we could shoot for that somehow, that would be good. I'll just plant that seed for a second.
well, that's fine. We can do it that way. We can get the trustees will have had to have seen the candidates, the lists, and return their votes to me. But then we could, and then I guess the whole thing would go in the packet. The votes, the lists from before, everything, and so yeah, we could do it in that far.
And then I would put forward to the plate, taking all of that into account for the board's consideration on the 21st. And the public would have a chance to do that ahead of time. And certainly the trustees would have an opportunity to do that. So that I was getting a little nervous when we were talking about doing something the day before a meeting. I think that's problematic. I think if we have names and we have openings, we should be able to run these simulations.
Yeah.
And I trust Carol's running of the simulations. And then we'll will have information that I can take into account, make decisions on for presentation to the board. We'll go to Dietmar and then Carol.
If you're done with your presentation, I would like to put forward a motion. Perhaps there's a second, and then for meaningful conversation, have another motion. And I guess, Kate, like you always like to keep everybody in line. The third point on your agenda, although it's somewhat obscured here, is the current committee consideration. That's after what's in front of us right now, which is the ranked choice forum. So, Ryan, this is not the same motion that's in the packet. If you can read my handwriting, I can give it to you after I'm done reading this motion. So my motion is for the board to engage in ranked choice voting for a 12-month period starting April 2026 to recommend committee appointments to the president. That's my motion. Second.
Carol, I think you were.
Yeah, I should clarify. The only reason I was thinking of doing it the day before was that I thought maybe the first time the committee that the board would see what they were gonna have to vote on would be in the packet. But if we can get it, I mean, if it's legal, I don't know, to transmit all of the voting tasks to the board before that, you know, in advance of the package. A week before that, then I think we can get it all into.
That's kind of my question is what board is doing this voting because they haven't been sworn in as board members on the 20th. It's not till 21st.
Yeah, I know, this is a little, yeah.
I'm not fishing for being involved in this. I just.
It's a pilot, it's homework, but
okay.
Yeah, Shabana. It's a good point.
First of all, I think this is awesome. I think this is so cool. And the fact that you were able to do this with ChatGPT is pretty impressive, Carol. So kudos to you guys for just kind of really seeing an issue that is contentious and has all sorts of things underneath it and finding a way to empower every board member to participate without it becoming a 3-hour discussion or a dialogue over every single person. So I like this. I really like it. Regarding like the dates, my interpretation of the statute is that like committee assignments or committee appointments begin in April. But if you had a vacancy that wasn't filled and you didn't fill it until July, it's not illegal. So if you were to not meet that April deadline, I don't think there's an illegality with this. Vacancies exist. It's just that position starts in May until the following April. I think that there's a crisis that doesn't actually exist. Let's aim for it, but if it didn't work out exactly and we were off by a day, it's not a big deal.
We have a motion by Dietmar. Do we have a second to that motion?
Shabana.
Thank you, Shabana. Mark?
So I still have my question about the second trustee, which
We already.
I will get back to answer. And I guess the other thing that concerns me is, you know, it's a 12-month trial. We have committee vacancies occur all the time. I guess it's to the discretion of the board when to hold such elections. I mean, board may decide, well, we're only going to do it quarterly. We'll allow those vacancies to exist. Somebody just resigned. We're not going to turn around and hold an election the next day. I guess that would be something for the new board to figure out what the frequency is. The trial would run a year, but when the board would actually conduct those elections would be to its discretion. So second trustees, how are you thinking of dealing with that?
I think we're gonna vote.
We're going to vote first. So does that work? Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion?
Can we do a roll call on this, please? I apologize, Brian, for making your life difficult. This is a pretty big move, and I want to make sure that we're all clear as to the moment. So Carol goes first.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mark.
Yes.
Shabana.
Yes.
John.
No.
Or, okay, I'm sorry, Kate. and
Yes.
John.
Yes. Awesome. Okay.
Okay, are you ready, Mark?
I am, I've been waiting
Okay.
patiently.
So,
In
can I
action,
please insert one comment, is that, I guess the way I envision it for the ranked choice voting is that we would already know who the new board is. And they could be given homework to do before the first meeting.
That's right. And Carol, I'm anticipating that we're gonna work pretty closely on that process and contact.
Sure.
Kate as well.
Okay, so again, I am not advocating for this. This is me servicing this to the board. I am looking forward to this discussion on what do we think we should do. So I wanted to note a couple of things here, and this was in my memo. But when I reviewed a couple pieces of what's in our code of ordinances, let me just bring those up because that was my grounding force here. Okay, so number one, I'm giving people whiplash. These are all pulled from chapter 2. So just a reminder, term of office. So the terms of office for all citizen members of standing committees shall be 3 years. So just keep that in mind. Begins on May 1 of each year. Members may be reappointed to successive terms. And the other big thing in here is the terms of the committee members, other than the trustee chairperson, shall be staggered so that 1/3 of the membership is appointed in. So I kept that in mind when I looked at who is serving on current committees, when are their terms up. Okay, so I'll speak to that in a second. That was the big takeaway there. Supplemental membership. All right, the standing committees may be supplemented upon recommendation of the chairperson as follows. I wanted to point out 9A here. A second trustee may, from time to time, be appointed as a voting member of any standing committee. So I think this is what has been referenced by some residents and trustees. To me, my read of this is this shouldn't be the norm that we have 2 trustees on committees. It says they may from time to time. So what that implies to me is in a situation where we are dire, we need someone to fill a spot or temporarily be involved, fine. But it does seem like quickly you'll see most committees do have 2 or 3 trustees on them. So we might want to rethink that. I'm just reading what our code of ordinances says. And I think we need to decide how do we interpret that as a board? And do we care? Do we not care? Do we think we should reduce trustees on committees? That's the discussion that I wanted to have with you guys tonight. There's there's a garden club note and then the firefighters association and EMS note as well. And then finally, the standing committees, members of standing committees of the village shall be appointed by the village president. We've already discussed that, subject to confirmation by the village board, except as otherwise below. They'll consist of 1 trustee, 6 citizen members. So that is in our code of ordinance, okay? So I just wanted people to be aware of that as we go into the spreadsheet that I created and that's in the packet. Okay, so flip over here. All I did, and again, this is sourced from our current village website, committee by committee as of Friday, March 6th. So just a note on that, if it's changed since then, that is why. I went through committee by committee and I didn't want to put the ones in. I mean, I didn't know, I just chose red. It seems a little more like they're in violation or something, but these were the committees that popped to me of places where we might be a little bit out of compliance with our own ordinances. Again, this is up for discussion on what we want to do. So you can see the first one that comes up. These are just in the order they're listed on the website, the board of review. Right now we have 1 trustee and 4 members, and we have 1 member to be appointed or reappointed in April of 2026. The notes with the asterisk, that's in service to the fact that 1/3 of each board should be turning over every year. Basically, every committee was in compliance with that. So we've done a good job of rotating people through on that that 1/3 every annual basis. So the reason that one is in red is because in our ordinance notes, it says the board of review shall be comprised of 5 village residents. So the reason I put this in compliance as a no is trustee should be replaced with a citizen member. Now, we can have a discussion on, do we read that as, can a trustee be seen as, a village resident also? So that is a question. I'm not saying yes or no either way. Maybe you guys have discussed this in the past, but that would be just a flag, basically, that I wanted to mention on that committee. Mark, to your point on how many members we're going to be needing to appoint, that's also the asterisk. So like public health and safety, I believe we'll have 2 members to be appointed or reappointed in April 2026.
Yes.
That's how you can kind of read that. You want me to just keep going on some of the flags that I saw? Well, or should we take them one by one?
I would just like to comment that I don't think a trustee can be a resident trustee have different meanings and you can't at the same time. Trustees, I won't say more even though I could.
And so I think just to focus what I'm trying to, thank you. What I am hoping to get out of, for the ones that are listed in red where it feels like we're maybe not in alignment with our ordinances, I'd like to get a sense from the board, well, how do we feel? And John, this is an input basically for you, because if we do feel, as Trustee Lockby mentions, we should remove the trustee from board of review, that would be another spot that we need to fill. So there would be 2 people being appointed then in April. So it's still at the discretion of the president, but this would be the moment as the board to weigh in to decide if that's an input for him. So.
I don't want to digress, but do we have, John, how did we end up with multiple trustees on committees? Was it because, is that, I don't recall seeing that in ordinance that trustees, or has it been a policy that trustees shall serve on more than one committee? Or were you trying to backfill vacancies with trustees?
All of the above. In some cases, we didn't have enough residents that were expressing interest, so we backfilled with a trustee. So that's one. 2, I was also trying to balance the interests of trustees in terms of the committees that they wanted to serve on. I don't know if there was a third reason, but those 2 reasons for sure. We didn't have residents that were interested. That was 1, and 2, I'd be talking to trustees about their preferred committees. You're trying to try to strike that balance with each individual.
Well, I guess the question is there a reason to have a trustee on more than, well, I guess more than one trustee on it?
I think I can answer some of that in that on some committees, I think for instance, finance, it's historically been the case, and I think the notion was that you're going to have transitions in trustees on committees. Okay. And there's some historical knowledge that it's helpful to not just throw a new trustee into a committee, not knowing any of the history of the committee, maybe not knowing, having the technical experience of working through the numbers and so on. So I think that's what it was, is to ease the transition.
Have somebody on the
leadership of
the committee. Yeah.
That's been my experience with it. But I think we still have to deal with the fact that, for instance, finance, I'm on finance as chair and Dietmar's on finance. Now, Dietmar's rolling off board, and I think that the practice there is that he was appointed as a trustee, not as a resident, and so that seat would open up. But it's to the board to decide, should another trustee be appointed to that seat or should it be a resident? So that's one circumstance. And then you have something like Plan Commission, where you have 3 trustees, all of whom will continue to be on the board. And do we want to continue to have 3 trustees on the Plan Commission? So, I mean, there are decisions to be made here, either by this board or the next board that meets in April. It isn't just mathematical, or it isn't something that's just going to follow a pattern. It's a question of choices that need to be made. So. And I don't see how you can run the program unless you know, do I plan commission? Do I have 3 openings? Do I have 4 openings? Do I have 5 openings? And that's a decision that almost this board would have to make in order for you to run the program in a timely fashion.
But that, perhaps, Shabnam, this is a point that you made, and I simply didn't catch on with it. The appointment process doesn't necessarily have to happen at the April 21st meeting. That it could happen after that meeting, even to meet a goal to have all committee appointments be in place by May 1, there's a 9-day period. This can happen. So maybe that's operationally what just needs to how this board needs to move forward.
A special meeting, you're saying.
Correct. Have a special appointment meeting that honors what you said, which is the future board is being sworn in to act as trustees to vote on it, to make a recommendation, because it's that date. So I think there are opportunities to figure this out. That period is between 4/21, May 1, or any period thereafter.
Yeah, I think so. Again, the intent, so it's still at the president's discretion. So in the finance committee example, you know, I don't know, is that already a done deal? Like, Dietmar, are you guys gonna?
I'm rolling off.
You're rolling off. Okay. So I'll have to double check this. If it's 3 members, then if I've already accounted for that in the spreadsheet. But, you know, we actually know how many spots then. And we can run that with Dietmar's seat as the trustee, or we can run it as that we want a resident. So that ultimately is the discretion of the president. So the purpose of this is to highlight it to the board if you have input to the president, great, but that is going to be his input. On the point on the trustees getting sworn in, I feel comfortable with the thinking that, you know, the trustees elect, they get the information, they are sworn in, then they are in acting trustee mode. The voting that they did in ranked choice voting is legitimized, and it can all happen still in the same. So I think exactly. And the other thing I would point out is this is going to happen every year in the same way. So it's not like if we don't try this year, we can do it differently another year. The way that the voting, you know, next year, 3 new trustees are going to get elected. So, you know, we have to figure out how to, I think it's important actually to work through, you know, this pilot now so we can see nothing is perfect in its first iteration, you know, so we have to work through some of the kinks. So I actually think to me, I don't see that as a blocker. You know, the trustee elects, get the information, they make their choices of who they think should be appointed. They're sworn in. Later in the meeting, John appoints those same, you know, people he wants to appoint based on information that is now given to him by elected officials. So I actually don't see it as a barrier. So, but finance was the next one. So,
well,
yeah.
Regarding finance, Dietmar is rolling off. Gloria is, she's already on finance. And if she wins a position, it reminds me of Kara, where she switched from like being a trustee on the plan commission to being a member. You're going to have 1 or 2 people where they're already on the committee, and are you just keeping them but switching the roles so that space now opens up for residents or vice versa? So that's finance. And then Mark, you brought up plan commission. Your term ends this April. Plan commission. Aaron, if you knew that.
Well, I think that's an issue because the question is when trustees are appointed to committees, are they appointed as ex officio, as I think our village attorneys believes, or are they assigned for a term of office? And I think that's an open question, and it's a question that spans all the second trustees. I mean, I would hope that it's we would all agree that committee chairs are appointed ex officio and they serve as chairs of that committee unless the board president removes them with the board's concurrence. But So I'm not sure whether there are any second trustees or first trustees that sit in a committee based on a term of office, or whether they sit on there as a trustee and as long as they're a trustee. I don't have a particular point of view by committee, but I'm just saying that's the issue.
But I think it's only the chair of the committee that rotates. On the website, for it has an end date for your term. If you're a trustee on a committee, it's only the chair that would be reappointed or transitions.
Some
The website is totally consistent
Yeah.
between committees.
Reliable.
Sometimes if for a trustee, a member, it has an end date. And sometimes it just says elected and it doesn't have an end date. So, I think it's up to us to clarify that. And ex officio, as you mentioned, Mark, does that mean non-voting?
No, I think it's voting, and I read that somewhere, but I can't remember where, but that came from Bill Cole, or whether I saw it somewhere in the ordinance.
So I mean, the principle I think here is that we want to have as many residents on filling the committee seats as possible. And then if we want a second trustee in there, perhaps they should be used to increase the number of the committee. I think is what Attorney Cole told us today, not to replace the seats that are supposed to be filled by residents. Is that the sense of what Bill wrote today? Yeah. If anybody else wants to speak, I'll come back. You can come back to me after I've said.
Can I speak real quick?
Go ahead, Sean.
To kind of like move this along and wrap it up, I would like the regs to be corrected so that we abide by the statute or our ordinances. Because I think what we need to do is give some marching orders to Kate and Carol, who are going to be working on this in the next couple of weeks. And so, is there a way to kind of do this quickly?
I'd like to just finish walking through this really briefly so that we're just aware of the committees we're talking about, because, about half of them were in compliance. So we already talked about finance. Services, right now there's 2 trustees, myself and Bob. So knowing that Bob is not running again, his trustee slot will now open. I believe, we should fill that with a resident.
I mean, yeah.
Plan commission, okay. I've added, there's additional ordinance notes with plan commission, which says the plan commission shall consist of the village president, who shall be its presiding officer, 1 trustee and 5 citizens. Currently, we have 1 president, we have 2 trustees, 2 citizen members, and 2 vacant. So that would be another shift away from having really, if we're in line with what our ordinance says, we have the president on that one and 1 trustee only. So right now we have 2. So that's why that's in red. Full committee, currently we have 2 trustees, 3 members and 2 non-residents. So all additional notes also from our ordinance says this committee shall consist of 1 trustee, 4 residents and 2 non-resident pool members. So we are in compliance on the non-resident pool members piece, but we have 2 trustees on that board. It also says the pool committee shall elect a chair, subject to confirmation by the village board. So interestingly, there were 2 committees that had this clause, this one and the waterfront committee. And I think Johnny is gone, but I did have a chance to touch base with him to ask why that would be in the ordinance. I don't know if anyone has an understanding to why and why those 2 only elect a chair.
Yeah, I think I do have the answer.
Oh, good.
And that's because most of the members of the pool and the waterfront, they're substantially outside the village itself. And so it would give those people a voice, which they otherwise would not have, given that they're in a majority on those committees in terms of the membership.
I see. I think that Waterfront had not been doing this. I don't know if Pool ever has elected a chair, but that's a great point. Seems like we should probably follow that or change the ordinance. That's kind of what I'm trying to surface, you know, either we change the ordinance because we don't like that or don't agree with that anymore, or we should probably update the committees to mirror what we have. And then the last one is communications. So right now we have co-chairs on that. So there's 2 trustees and 5 citizen members. So we would probably want to drop, and that's an ad hoc committee. The only other thing I wanted to flag, and speaking of ad hoc, is the Village Recognition Committee. So that is currently appears to be ad hoc, but we've been doing that now for 8 years. My understanding for ad hoc was that was a short-term, one goal-oriented kind of deliver your work product, it's over. So another thing I think this board should think about is, do we make the Village Recognition Committee a standing committee in perpetuity if we're gonna continue to recognize people in the village like that? Do we turn it over to a different entity in the village to run that? But it does seem like moving that from ad hoc status makes sense because it's not really acting like an ad hoc committee anymore. So that was my last.
So do you have you don't have Safe Streets for all?
I was actually not aware of that. I think that was probably before my time, and it's not listed anywhere.
It is not.
So.
And the complication there is that when we formed the committee, Rob Stanky was on board, and he was also the chair of public works. And I was on the board and the chair of public health and safety, and we felt that that opportunity and Safe Streets for all would be shared between those 2 committees. Well, now we're in a situation where now we have no trustees, but we have an approved list of people. So I don't know how we're going to deal with that.
So you need, ideally, striving to maintain the balance, we would want 1 trustee and 6 citizen members, probably. So now that we don't have any trustees.
Is it limited set? Yeah. Right. Well, then that will.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how to do it.
I'm coming back to answer the question about the second trustee. This is from Bill Poole today. Second trustee may be appointed to any committee if recommended by the chairperson of that committee. A second trustee would be an additional voting member. In other words, the membership of the committee would increase by 1.
Something to be done, but I understand that's Bill's.
You'd have to have 8 members then.
Pardon?
You'd have to have 8 members on a committee.
If it was desired to appoint.
That may be here.
That's not how we're operating.
Yeah.
That's Bill's
I mean,
interpretation.
that could be done after and outside this pilot. In this pilot, we're not gonna solve who's the chair. I don't think we're gonna solve who's on ad hoc right now. I think we gotta stick to the basic thing and see how this pilot works. Second trustee, seems like that could also be dealt with after the fact.
So,
But you'd have to reserve a spot for them.
no, you would not, because they would be extra.
Right.
And it is the chair who decides if they want a second trustee. That's what your ordinance showed. The Flint George village attorney. But it's also in the.
Yes. So I can wrap it up. It was really, this last piece was more of a discussion, just to inform everyone on the board. As I was digging into it, it felt incomplete not to look at this a little bit. To look at the ratio, the balance on these committees, how they're operating, and what would make us more in line with how the ordinance,
It was really helpful. So,
yeah.
Really good work.
Thank you. I need to use this moment to encourage future board to seriously consider making appointments to the ZBA is we are 4 people, can't meet, but I shouldn't say we can't. It's hard to schedule and have those 4 core members be present for pressing matters that are in front of the ZBA. So I hope the next slate of appointments that the entirety, the breadth and depth of appointments to the ZBA have made. So 5 standing members, 2 alternates. So that would be my ask of the future board.
Thank you, Dietmar. All right, anything else you want to cover for this? It's been really helpful. Carol, really appreciate your work on this. We'll get through it.
We're on the subject though. Is there any thoughts on committee chairs? At the candidates forum, I can't remember who mentioned it, that chairs would rotate. I think chairs should rotate. We should be on, it was very helpful to me when I was in services, and then I was on personnel and I was like, wow, this is a very different group of people. And then you get on planning commission, it's like, whoa, this group operates very differently. So I would support rotating chairs. I mean, I don't actually really want to be a chair of any committee. It's just that you gotta rotate chairs. Is there a process? Does everybody want to pick the top ones that they want? Could we be a little bit open about it and just say, like, Kate says, these are my top 2. Carol says, these are my top 3.
We've kind of done that by our backgrounds and expressing to John.
But why can't we express to each other? Why is it only expressed to John? I want to know what Bob wants. I want to know what Kate wants.
Well, for most of that, yeah, at least 2 trustees coming as well. And then talks about committees that are on. So I'll be having conversations with them as well.
Right, I'm just in the interest of transparency, since we're doing such a big lift on that, we should all be aware of what they are interested in. And I really am going to stress, from my own personal experience, that whatever recommendations are made are not made the weekend of before the board. That should be a week in advance.
Carol?
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to have everyone express their preferences and that to be public. No problem with that, but I think that rotating people has to be balanced with the depth of expertise in certain areas. I mean, if Bob were still serving, I don't need for him to be anywhere except for public works and public, DHS and those places where he has depth of experience. Similarly,
Come on, I want to be on that.
sorry. And personnel, I mean, that's another thing. We are still in the throes of a very long-term project. If I was suddenly pulled off that would halt for a few months while the person got their bearings. So I think this has to be balanced.
That's the last word on this agenda item. Let's move to 7.7, discussion possible action, also some payroll services. Shabnam.
Sure. Let me get to the right page. Once. Yeah. Okay. 147 of the PDF. The idea, I guess, for outsourcing payroll came to me mostly because of the last couple board meetings where, Julie has mentioned she is the only individual who is a clerk, and there's so many responsibilities that she is independently and individually just she can handle. And so it can't be that Julie is doing the budget. She's director of finance, but she's also responsible for the records, and she's the clerk, and she does payroll. There's got to be a way to take some workload off of her plates. One option is payroll. I did ask the village for like how many hours Julie spends on payroll. I did not receive that information until I saw it in the packet. It was too difficult to quantify, but we do see here in Julie's memo that she has quantified the hours she spends on payroll, which is like 8 hours per paid period. If you do the math and let's just say it's around $300 or something, nobody would pay that much if you can get that service for less elsewhere. She does bring up a couple items in her memo about like, that it's not just payroll. You got to think about health insurance, dental, life insurance. My understanding of how payroll works and also how like my husband's payroll works is that healthcare deductions are something that is set in like November and they stay. So it's not something that you are individually changing each paycheck. You sign up for your plan and same thing as a 401k. So I think it's something for the board to consider. I open questions. Any questions about this?
Questions, thoughts, comments?
I think the one piece, I think the timing is bad. I know it came from a place of good. I understand. I think the timing was just bad, really short, and it was a lot to ask you to quantify the hours and everything. The time you challenge speakers of info and she had responded. This was just not the right time. She didn't have to do it. And I think it was audit or some of the various things they're working on. But I will say, Julie is the last, like the back end part of all the exchanges of data. Many of those pieces I would defer to her on having. I would like her to speak to the complicated factors that are behind calculating some of those exchanges, some of the various pieces, that things that you don't think about, like officer gun purchases and reductions and things like that we have policies for that she does encounter on occasion, some respects very regularly, that complicate things that she, I think, would need to speak to how that might be difficult to have an outside entity oversee.
Yeah. So are you referring to reimbursement?
The way that it's processed through her in the payroll system, and then some of those different exchanges that she works with.
Right. I reimburse staff, and that's just a very simple thing to do. But I do accept that she may want to have more of a discussion around this. And I know that Mark, you mentioned that finance could take a look at this. I'm not opposed to having finance review this and at a time when Julie can be there. If that is how the board feels. But the behind it all is you just cannot have, we are in a situation where you need more automated processes. If Brian, I'm just making this up. You look for another job and Julie's not around. We are in a situation where everybody's concerned about the village, but you don't have systems in place where 5 people leave and business can continue. So it's not I don't know how others are interpreting this, but you have to have a village that can function even if 6 people were to leave tomorrow. And these type of things allow for that. It's also like, we don't have to do this, but I hope that somebody would give me something else for where Julie has a 40-hour work week. I, as an employer who takes care of their own, can't have an employee have to work 60 hours a week, 80 hours a week, repeatedly for 6 months in a row. And then statutory responsibilities are ignored for 6+ months in a row. This is maybe Brian's specific job, but I need the board to give some more guidance on staff right now.
Sure.
Make a comment there. I mean, I think so far our main strategy has just been to try to fill our empty positions. That's taking time, but we are getting there bit by bit. I think that it is revealed to us that crisis planning is probably something that the board should be taking on a regular basis. And there are many facets of that at the village, because so much has grown organically over so many years. The record keeping, you know, the access to the codes, you know, to all the systems, and redundancy. That's a big problem when we're small. I mean, once again, it's a problem of a small village. So I think kind of hardening the administration to crises is something that we do need to take on, but we have to take it on with the devil is in the details knowledge of how things actually get done. I think Julia's, in the case of this, of payroll in particular, Julia's given us a very strong signal of how things have to be done in the municipality. So it doesn't mean that we don't need to improve processes and have an eye to crises, but you know, in my opinion, this one isn't the one. As much as I was hoping that it would be easy to like carve off the summer employees and give them all to organic, you know, wouldn't that be great? But even then, there are still hurdles, there's still barriers. So it's frustrating. That's the way it is.
Do the lifeguards get health, dental insurance or pension and all of that?
I don't definitively know the answer, but I would guess.
No. Okay.
I did the lifeguard.
You know,
Bless you.
we have time between now and June when the pool opens, but it could just be you throw the lifeguards on that. I mean, in Julie's memo, she says with the lifeguard, she's spending 16 hours a week. Last time I was at Village Hall, they were doing the timesheets like on paper. So this is insane to me that we're record keeping time like with pencil at this stage. So you could just outsource the lifeguards and get 7 hours off her plate. There's just such silence. I'm just looking for why is there such silence?
Yeah, no, I commend your ideas on this. I you know, I've seen a lot of payroll products up close because of the fintech world that I was in, and I think that there's got to be a better way. That's what I'll say. But I feel like, I guess for me right now, I don't know if I can tell Brian and Julie what to do in terms of these micro decisions and how I agree. Working a 60 to 80-hour work week is unsustainable. We need to fix that. And the way that I would look at it is kind of an opportunity cost calculation. So what I would want to see is like how many, what's the time frame, a week, I don't know how often she's running it, quarterly, whatever. How many hours does Julie actually dedicate? If there's someone else junior that helps her, what are the total hours? What is her salary? What are we paying her to do that per hour? How could we then look at it? Can we offload that to a vendor? Is that going to actually save us money? And also at the same time, then that opens up her, schedule. But I guess for me, I don't feel comfortable telling Brian right now, like, you have to look at this other payroll provider. These are the kinds of solutions that I would like to see Brian bring to us and say, look, I think we can save X amount of hours with this new scheduling system. I think speaking of piloting, I think introducing ABC tools in smaller ways with pool staff, for example, might be worth trying. I'm not sure. I don't know right now how much time we spend on payroll. It's hard for me to make
She says it in her memo, 8 hours
for
in
junior
winter.
pool alone.
She says 12 to 16 hours per payroll process in summer. I'm on page 157 here. So
Sorry.
Keep this meeting going.
The reason I'm not gonna be silent anymore. So I get the feeling you're trying to push this on Julie. And it seems to me that the only person that really knows Julie's job, or who knows it the best, is Julie. And so it would, at a minimum, she should be part of this conversation. I think your intention is good, but I get the feeling you're trying to push this on her when she hasn't asked for it. And it seems to me the question should be to Julie, how can we help reduce your load? And let her bring normal. And because she knows best what is taking the time during her day. And I don't think we should be presuming. I think that we should have her in the conversation, and, or she should have a conversation with Brian. And as was said, that comes forward to the board. We recommend, getting this service or this product, or maybe she just needs another clerk on her. I don't know. She needs to.
I get it. I think it's like a lane issue of like who's in whose lane. So we don't even have to send this to finance. I can just withdraw it completely. But that I think I struggle to bring other ideas or things that are important when I know that person is already, their plate is full. I feel like I should solve some of that, but maybe that's wrong. I'm just gonna require open records to be completed, and if you guys can't do it, I have to know that that's your problem. It's not my problem, it's your problem. So I didn't want to bring up open records, even though it's a statutory requirement that is not going fulfilled. I have an email I want to write to Brian saying, my open record request, this is my 8th request, but I don't do it because I know your plate is full. But I guess I should say that's not my problem. You have to do your job. And I can do that. Go ahead.
I guess I would just say, Shabnam, I think this is a good idea. You've come up with a good suggestion. Had I done this, the first thing I would have done is make an appointment with Julie and see what she thought. And before bringing it to me.
But I think that every idea I presented to Julie it's responded with no. She doesn't like change. She doesn't want change. So you need to kind of bring it to the board to overrule it because she is extremely resistant to change. I had given her ideas on template emails and she's like, I can't do it. She doesn't want to do it. So and this is going to come up later. Everybody here talks about their concern for staff. Their priority is staff. It is so important. Are we just gonna have thoughts and prayers, or do we roll up our sleeves and start helping out? I'm getting conflicting messages here.
I think it's really good that you made a proposal, that you put forth an idea to try to solve the problem. The thing is, she has told us this solution is going to make more work. That's what she's saying. So, in my mind, that one's off the table. We have to move on to other things. And the main thing is to get more staff so that the administrative unit can solve its problems under Brian in the way that will actually work.
So I guess what I would add is right now we're in a bond. Local government is, we're not getting tons of applicants for positions right now. People that are coming in fully trained are few and far between. We're a lean operation. We don't have a lot of redundancy, if any, the admin office. So when we lose people, it hurts much harder than a bigger organization. We don't have the budget capacity to recruit people with many years of experience in some situations. Others we can, but I think where the biggest impact where Julie exists right now is not in payroll, it's in accounting. And if we can bring people on board that have the skill sets in finance and that treasurer background, that will probably make the biggest impact to our office. It's just the catch-22 of you go out and post, we have not been getting those people. So you do that again, and then you bring someone in, you invest the time, the efforts to train, and you never get to the point giving them the actual, and you just need ready for infinitely further. So this is what our conversations have been. How do we figure out what is the best course of action to address many different issues that we need to solve, but how do we solve it knowing the likelihood and probabilities of finding that person might not happen. It is tough. I don't have a great answer for you. I think we did get a very good candidate for what we're going to talk about later in the agenda, but we're struggling. It's not unique to short-term things, but it's tougher in a smaller operation. It is difficult. But I commend you. I think you did, your heart is in the right place for looking for solutions out of this stuff. Thank you.
You bet. You guys are, absolutely. She's welcome to work all the hours she wants. It's all good. I'm not gonna offer a motion. I'm happy to go to the next agenda item. We want to move on.
Sure. Let's do that. Item 7C10, discussion possible action, interim procedures to maintain village operations during staff and service shortage.
All right, let's look at that one. So there's a memo, it's on page 161 of the packet. There's some recommendations here. Of course, anybody can add, change, but one of them is, look, if a committee chooses to hold a meeting, committee chair will be responsible for ensuring the meeting is properly noticed. The chair can draft the agenda using the agenda template, give it to the police department at least 48 hours in advance so that they can post it. Committee chair is responsible for ensuring that meeting minutes are taken and submitted within 7 days of the meeting. I think the fact that we are not meeting because Julie's not available is unacceptable. Meetings have to happen. The communications committee needs to meet. Finance needs to meet. And we can't delay or not have meetings because of the staff shortage. Does anybody have any thought on that?
I agree with that. I mean, we certainly have tried to cut back on non-essential meetings, recognizing the staffing shortages, but it's not a viable long-term strategy. It's not even a viable interim strategy. It's something we have to to move away from. So I think we need to have the conversation about what is the role of the committee, particularly with respect to minutes, and with respect to hybrid versus in person. In other words, how much discretion does, for want of a better, I guess, person, the committee chair, have in structuring their meetings, right? And I would include the minutes, I would include the time, the date, the this and that and the other. And to what extent does it need to be mandated across all committees? Where is the village interest in this process, the administrative interest in this process? So some things that seems to me are kind of black and white, like if committee makes a recommendation, that is to say they create a motion, they vote on the motion, that has to be recorded, and it has to be recorded correctly. But then there's a whole lot of things that go on in committee. There's discussion. How much of that gets recorded, how much doesn't? And I think, historically, the village has given a lot of discretion to committee chairs to kind of figure all that out. Really, in sort of the pre-Sharon era, that's kind of how things went. And then Sharon felt that there needed to be greater uniformity in the way minutes were done. And the board agreed with her at that time. And that's where this kind of system evolved from that point, where there was a staff member present at every committee meeting, that the staff member was responsible for meeting minutes, which from my perspective, from being a chair, longtime chair, it was kind of great, removing a burden from me. Now I can actually run the meeting, think about the substance of the meeting rather than taking notes throughout the meeting. But maybe that's just me. But that's where that kind of, this was a sea change. And I think this is a good time for us, and not because we want to do it necessarily, but because we have to do it. We're in a difficult situation. So we really almost have to say, what is the minimum requirement? Brian, what do you feel at a minimum the village interest is in that committee meeting? What are those things that have to be done in a certain way? And what are those, and everything else could maybe be done at the discretion of the committee chair. So it's kind of like, where do you want to draw the line? Is it acceptable that have someone else take minutes rather than a staff person? And if it is, then obviously the minutes will not be to a uniform standard unless you add to that requirement that, at least with respect to the motion, it has to be exact. And to the extent that there's a roll call vote, the names have to be recorded. So just figuring out what are the essential involvement of the staff in the process, and then leaving everything else to the committee chair. And so I guess that's my question to you is, what do you feel the minimum requirements are? Do you think it's everything that we do today, or can we get by with something less?
There are legal requirements for hosting. There are certain aspects of these committee meetings that are going to have to ultimately be handled by staff. Like we have to put things on the website, and outside entities will not have access to the website to do that. There's just certain pieces to this equation that have to have some level of staff involvement. I was hoping that I had that call scheduled with the Wisconsin municipalities earlier today. That was something I was wanting to run by them for this evening's meeting to see if I could get an answer to, like, are there other outside the box solutions, some things that we're struggling with right now that other municipalities have utilized. I do want the clerk to weigh in on this. I think that's really critical to it. Minutes being prepared and return time yet, so that should get secured in time for posting, inclusion in packets for the next committee meetings, things like that. And done by staff. So I know there's some background, some other considerations that needs to be looked at and discussed. I mean, you can see the folly that is having no backup plans tonight. I mean, I forgot to check the microphone. I'm not used to the mic, the settings on here. It's been a while since I've been running meetings. So, I mean, this is kind of part and parcel of the lean staff. How do we ensure that every meeting can be handled when an emergency arises? We don't have backup. It's clearly defined. So, I think some of this is time and place issues, and I agree. There are some committees that we absolutely have to be having meetings with. We absolutely have huge considerations and decisions to be made this year that are into the future of short bills. So I'd like to see those happen if at all possible. I mean, this is, I think this becomes a committee chair to administrator discussion and making sure I can find backups to cover it if first line employee is not able to take the responsibilities to cover that.
We're operating in a system now today that this is what Sharon asked for, and this is what the board agreed to. Okay. And so I think the question now is, under today's environment, today's limitations, what is it? Where are you coming from? What are your needs? So that the board can say, okay, either we agree with you or we don't agree with you. And once we reach agreement, then everything else beyond that, we know we have flexibility with. Because, for instance, next Monday, a finance committee meeting, right? So we need to meet. We have a lot on our plate and so on. And we just meet, and what if you're not available? Is that going to make you too uncomfortable to not be there to hear what's going on in the finance committee meeting? I mean, there were meetings before where prior administrators said, I don't need to go to that meeting. I don't even need to send a staff member to that meeting. But there are other meetings, I got to be at that meeting. And so it's obviously complicated, right? Anyway, I just think it would be very helpful as just a starting place to know what you feel has to happen with respect to committee meetings. And then we can kind of talk from there, figure out as a board, do we agree that that's the right standard, and everything else outside that standard, something that we have some flexibility on? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I want to kind of add to what Mark said, that as a chair of a committee, it's great to have somebody staff there who's going to take all the meeting minutes and run it all for you. It's wonderful. So, but if you are going to lose staff because the meetings are at night and it's not typical for municipal assistant to have to work at the night, because I've heard Julie say that before. Now we're kind of in a spot where your staff is overwhelmed and they have too much to do. Maybe it's optional for the ones that you guys certainly want to come to, but I don't want you to have to lose somebody. And at the same time, we can't operate where we can't have meetings at all. So we're like balancing a bunch of stuff. I would say you guys are welcome to join if you want to, but if the committee chair wants to have a meeting, committee chair will take the minutes, get the agenda going, and that's allowed.
Other thoughts on this? Sure.
Yeah, I agree that it's worth a try to put a little more of the onus on the committee chairs. Part of the reason that I always agreed with the idea that staff had to be there is because I know from staff at my own workplace really dislike when they have to redo things because they're wrong. They're like, just let us do it right the first time and save us from it being done wrong. So I understand that, but now the situation has changed. I mean, the situation has changed so much that, like Sean said, we're not having meetings. So, I think we're gonna, in my mind, there could be this sort of hybrid process where the chair takes more responsibility and also checks in with Brian to see, is this a meeting that is comfortable with us taking on our own? And I don't think there's any stigma there that some committees are more important than others, or people are gonna have their feelings hurt if they, I think we just gotta do our best to give everybody some grace, try out a system that relies less on staff.
Let me just add to that, as a committee chair, I personally would be very comfortable having that conversation recorded and transcribed and summarized by AI. I think there's a lot of virtue to that, given the state of models today. But the greatest virtue is that it's available immediately, which means you can have a meeting, you can end the meeting, you can hand out the summary and say to the committee members, hey, review this, it's fresh in your mind. And if you have a problem with it, come back and let me know. I mean, the biggest problem with the minutes is the lag time between when you have the meeting and when you actually get to see the minutes. So I really think that the risk of AI can be greatly reduced just because it's so responsive that you get those results back so quickly, and any errors that AI creates can be corrected so quickly.
Sure.
So I agree with that. The transcript is ready very quickly, but there's still a step of the chair still responsible for turning the transcript into minutes. Greatly paring down.
But you can ask AI to summarize. You can give the audit recording and say summarize the meeting.
Summarize in terms of motions and all of that.
I agree the chair has to own it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying allow the chair to do whatever means is most efficient and practical and timely. And then at the end of the day, they basically have to sign off and say, those are minutes that I approve. And furthermore, that the committee approves. It isn't just the chair. All the committee members are going to have to put in that summary and say, yes, it's accurate or it's not. But that's why I'm saying it's important if Brian comes in and says, I got to have the motion. I got to have the votes. So we train AI, so to speak, to say, these elements have to be in the summary. With respect to everything else, we're flexible.
Yeah, I'm all for the AI. I think that if you captured everything and then it's a matter of ending. Should we, does it really matter what AI you use, or should there be some uniformity here among the committees or the chairs? Is that something that's necessary, or do we just use any AI? And then it's a question because I don't know. Just like we have uniform templates for our agenda, is there something we all want to agree to use in a certain format or a certain way, or?
So this Zoom meeting, when we finish it, will have meeting minutes. It is already taking the meeting minutes. As once we end it, it's already going to be there. So if that would be the easiest way to do it, is because it's free. It's part of your Zoom package. I don't have the Zoom, so when I do the meeting minutes, I did it for finance once, I did it for plan commission. I had to download the video and upload it to Otter, and then there I got the transcript and the meeting minutes, cross-referenced it, and it took 5 minutes. My free trial is done, but I did pay $30 for March because I wanted to use it a little more.
Yeah, I guess that was sort of my question. I don't know what Otter is.
It's free with Zoom. It's free with Zoom. And on the Zoom thing, I would just add that I think it would be fair and appropriate, and you guys can think about it, that we could have access to the Zoom account so that if we are running a hybrid meeting, we could just download the meeting minutes there. Or that, I just think that that's not something that is so sensitive. My kids go to Sherwood Hills Elementary School. They are constantly asking for parents to volunteer. I have graded papers for second grade, third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade, and nobody ever said this is illegal, or you know what I mean? It's for something of such magnitude, I think that we are overly being protective to not share with trustees the Zoom ID so that we can run meetings. It's a Zoom ID. What are you going to do with it?
I just want to make sure, I know Shadow, you had a couple other points. Sounds like we're solving for something very important, but I do think the ball's a little bit now in Brian's court to kind of, are we all saying that it's chair, like, I feel like he still needs to get us some basic information on, are we allowed to do the minutes like this? Does he want motions written a certain way? Like, there are a couple things that we need from him now to move forward, I think. I don't know. I'm just like, what are we solving for?
I think it's the board's responsibility, because my neighbor came over and said, why are you guys not holding meetings? And I said, we don't have staff. And they said, it's the board's responsibility to be doing this. It's I don't know why we give the administrator power that the board has. You guys, everybody here knows how to
I told I can't have my comms meeting. I've asked Julie like over the last 3 months. So what am I supposed to do? How do I override that? Is that what we're doing right now?
Yes.
And I think should we vote on it? Like,
Well, I mean,
so
again, this is like the issue with the agenda set policy, research reviews, my staff, people, something. I know, but I have had no staff to even run this by right now to even get a second opinion of. And that's not, I know everyone's got an immediate urgency to get meetings going and everything. I don't know right now I'm comfortable with just signing off on that, having even consulted full-time administrative staff members.
I mean, I think that's fair. I mean, we've taken the temperature of everyone. I think there's willingness to try some new things, but it has to mesh with the admin staff. And I think it's reasonable to get some feedback before we jump.
I mean, that was my feeling on it. These recommendations, this is good stuff, and I'm not opposed to using AI for the minutes. We can figure it out, but it's got to be a two-way. I'd like to give Brian and the other staff the opportunity to review this, consider it, come back and go, or we see some opportunities in these areas. We're very concerned about these areas for these reasons, and then help us shape it together. So I don't think we're going to shape it tonight, but I think if you look forward, it's a good conversation starter. Generated some good conversation this evening.
Sure. Can we still do number 2 and number 3? So Village Nixle. Can other people have access to the Nixle to send out Nixles? The recommendation is like communications that send out Nixles.
I don't know. That kind of gets into there's an emergency alert sent out via Nixle too. I feel that when we sent out Nixles for the comms survey, for example, I queued it up so that Julie literally could copy and paste and submit it. I hope that was easy for her. I mean, I literally had title, paragraph, link, everything was there, website copy. I emailed it all to her. So I would be more in favor of something like that. I'm hesitant to give the reins over to a Nixle alert system that literally has emergency related communications. I'm not sure. And I don't know, again, like I also agree these are great solutions, like, but I think we need to prioritize them. We need to hear from staff. Like, we don't know what is the barrier sometime or what takes up the most time. And so maybe Nixle isn't a big thing for them, and moving that off their plate creates more risk than help. I don't know. I don't have the information tonight.
Sure, got it. Well,
I would just add, do you know how many residents are on Nixle?
We do. It's like a little over 1,000.
So about half the population.
Yeah. But it's tricky because you can sign up for different versions of this. So there might be double counting in there. It's hard to estimate.
They're all
Exactly.
all the time.
So you can get it to your.
Well, you can get the emergency stuff or not.
Yeah.
okay,
Well, we had talked about this at some point. Is there, should we be trying to generate a more complete email and a list, for example, that I know a lot of people have, this has been a subject, a lot of public comments, and there's one list being sent out and some people get it and some people don't. Should we be trying to create a master list, or is that too ambitious?
If I could meet with my comms committee, I'd have an answer for you, because we have the discussion queued up. I think that could be a very interesting solution, but I don't think we should have that now.
Email lists and that. This is keeping.
next item is open records. So to assist with reducing workload associated with open records, trustees can agree to send their requests. We could have Marilyn Townsend assist. We could come up with an alternative option. We got to figure out what we're doing with open records. The backlog is piling on. This is a statutory requirement. What is the board's plan to tackle open records?
Just say this, I know I've said, made other similar comments. I mean, we're about to get a clerk. That'll help. So, I know that's not the whole answer, but I think we're gonna start seeing the capacity to do this. And he has quite a bit of experience with open records requests in the city of Madison, so that's good too.
Could we agree that open records will be answered in 10 days? As
I don't think we can.
okay, give me a day, give me any day, 20 days.
I don't think there is.
So I'm gonna interject, Brian. I've heard from people they can't hear you online. So your voice is so low.
Okay.
I think it
sorry.
just doesn't capture. So
I think it's gonna depend on the request. I mean, that's the root of
Okay.
and some of them,
days.
I
You gotta give a day, guys. There's gotta be accountability. The fact that I have an open record that's been pending since December, it's 4 months later. 6 emails follow-ups. This isn't fair to me. It's not fair to the residents who are waiting on their open records for 6 months.
we've had 3 clerks and
You have, it is a statutory obligation. Just like you guys have to do payroll, you have to answer the open record requests. There are so many residents who have not sued us and have been kind. That kindness is running out. I think the board has to put in a number, 30 days, 60 days, something. My open record request was for 1 page. It wasn't even complicated. And you haven't responded to me yet.
me personally,
Well, I mean, you were the administrator, but it'll be like, well, when Julie gets to it, well, Chrissy's not here. When it's, you're not, you kind of,
because it's the
but you
clerk
could send it to me.
duty.
See, this
The
is weird.
clerk reviews the documents. It has to go through
You
that
could do it,
process.
though. You could give
But
me,
that just assumes I'm sitting there like this all day waiting for something to fall in my lap. I mean, we've got so much stuff going on and so many people that are gone. Yesterday I was here by myself. I literally was the only one in the office.
Are you saying you cannot process an open record request? That you cannot do it?
Well, I guess what I would say is if you ran over and got a list of things that Patrick had pending, but you don't do Patrick's job every day, and you go over to Patrick's office, and you're like, well, I'm being told there's a list of some tree stuff that I need to do. Where do you start? You don't have anyone to ask what is the pending issue? Where was it left off? Is it with computer magic? Is it with an outside entity right now? Are things being done?
And I've seen your name in there as the person who processes some of the open record requests.
Yeah, if it's something that's simple, like someone's making a request and it's like, I need this email. And you're like, no problem. I can fulfill that without going to computer magic. But we have emails that are requesting like 9 different things.
I'm really confused because the last email with computer magic was that they wouldn't process something without your authorization. So I assumed that you're more involved in that process.
They won't process something that goes to somebody or is an outside entity making a request that hasn't been authorized by me for that person. There's only certain people that have permissions to make certain requests for open records.
I think we're getting the weeds here. All I'm wondering is what is the board's plan for open records? This is a statutory responsibility. It is a liability. John, this is a liability. And as a fiduciary trustee for the board, for the village, we are required to meet our statutory obligations. What is the plan? Because whatever the plan the village has had for the last 6 months has not worked for us.
I think that's going to be very hard for the board to come up with a plan until we are closer to fully staffed. I mean, how do you do a plan when you are missing so many key people? And even when you bring somebody on, they have to be trained. Okay? Even if they're an experienced clerk in some other village, they have to understand our systems. It takes time. I just think it's unrealistic. Finish, please. So I think it's unrealistic to talk about standards until you reach a point where you're stabilized from a staffing perspective. I think everyone at the table recognizes these are statutory obligations. They have to be done. Nobody here is saying these things are optional. All we're talking about is that we're so short-staffed, you have to prioritize. And so they're not all going to be at the top because there are other priorities. You gotta pay people. You gotta do other things that are enshrined in law. So these are tough choices that Brian has to make. It's lousy, but that's where we are. And I think the only way we get out of this situation is get new people on board, get them trained, and at that point we can, think about what the standards ought to be. I don't think we'll ever be able to mandate it. I think what we do is we can establish standards that we would like requests turned around in X time. And there can be reports produced that can be delivered to the board that says if you met your standard or you didn't meet your standard, and the village administrator can be accountable to why we did or we didn't meet the standard. But I don't see how you can establish a standard when you're missing so many people.
Good to respond.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
A client who was denied citizenship because he got a divorce 15 years ago, 1 month before his green card was issued. And we reapplied for a new green card through his new wife. And that got denied because he already had a green card. So this person is stuck in this limbo of you're a green card holder, but you're not, because your green card shouldn't have been issued to you because of the date of your divorce. We filed a federal lawsuit challenging the government's interpretation of the statute. And the only way we were able to make that challenge and win that challenge was by going into the Library of Congress and seeing what the senators said to each other in the 1950s. And if we couldn't go to find out where the refugee settlement documents initially wrote, we never would have been able to fix this person's situation that they found themselves in limbo in. I refuse to accept that public records are available at the discretion of the government pending vacancies being filled. That is not how this country operates. Public records belong to the public. They must be easily accessible to the public. It is how a democracy can run. And we are failing democracy and our system here by ignoring open records and treating it like a luxury. It's not a luxury. It is the public's documents.
Sean, I'll comment for a second. I think the standard that we will follow is we will fill these requests out to the extent possible, as quickly as we can. That's one. Two, we're lacking resources right now to be able to do that. Three, hold on, I have the floor now for a second. Three, the amount of requests that this village has received over the last year. I mean, Brian did a little bit of research. I mean, we're getting 10 times the requests of what similar sized communities have received. Now, that doesn't mean that those requests shouldn't be responded to and be responded to quickly and efficiently. I certainly, when I get anything from the staff, I immediately respond to it, provide that information. I've provided information to residents directly, even though I've tried to avoid that because it gets complicated with the open records statute and requirements. So I've been respectful of the staff. I've been respectful of the requests, but we're just in a little different situation right now where we're working to get staff online, get them trained to Mark's point, and then respond accordingly. Carol.
So we are in a bind. Shabnam has made one positive proposal here with respect to open records, which is to enlist Helen Townsend, who is an attorney and is volunteer. Is that a thing that can be done? No. Why? Why?
The same reason I can't just give somebody access to our computer system. What are they looking for? You would have to require a staff member to show them where to look to figure out what it is they're pulling up. You know, like I know that you're looking at this from like email only thing, but like not all of them are just emails, and you need to learn. You have to have computer access to get onto these systems. Like it isn't like not every record is just sitting in the corner of the office. This isn't like an old, TV show where you just go in and you pull the file for, it's not that situation. Some of our records do exist in paper, and some of them are not on the system. I can confirm that. There might be little avenues like that where if there's an old record that it's sitting in a binder or something that could be scanned, that could be helpful. But it still would require staff to show them where the binder is. And at that point, you just might as well grab the binder, I mean, that's the issue that we don't have the people and the time to find it.
Kate and Mark.
I just would like to make a suggestion since we've been here 4.5 hours. I think what I'm hearing from the last couple of agenda items is that residents are putting their name out there to help. Trustees are putting their name out there to help. We understand that there is a crisis. I think we are thrashing around trying to solve the problem, and we might not have all the information. We might not know where the bottlenecks are. I don't, my suggestion would be, Brian, for you to come up with a prioritized plan of action of like, here is how we are going to fix these things.
It's as simple as that. Priority action. I need staff.
I don't know.
Bodies. That's not. I can come up with a plan of action, and I'm going to delegate it to an empty chair.
Could be for you to write. Because I think that.
To an empty chair to execute it?
No, to your response to the board and to residents. So for example, would be priority number 1, hiring. Okay, here's how I'm solving that. I'm onboarding our new clerk, a clerk 1 position on Monday, March, whatever. I expect this person to be fully operational by X. I have, put forth these job descriptions. I have taken the suggestion of looking at 2 part-time roles. We are posting that, I think we are desperate for some kind of plan on when we expect we can start to see the light again. I can't keep accepting an answer of no staff, no staff, no staff. I just can't. That's what we're all trying to solve and grasp at things to make this better.
The last 2 board meetings, I have given you an update that we've hired an interim clerk, that we have hired an interim finance assistant for Julie, and that we are hiring a full-time clerk. Now, unfortunately, Julie and I were going to have a long discussion at the beginning of this week to talk about the solution for the other 2 positions, one of which we just learned at the end of last week is now going to become open, which is the admin assistant. So we were on the path to filling what we thought was the last position that needed to be filled. And then Julie had her emergency in the family. So we have not been able to renew that. But that's 3 positions that I brought into the mix in the last 2 board meetings.
It's great. So maybe we're at this for one
perception I'm not doing anything.
That's not what I said. That's absolutely not what I said,
Last meeting I was told I'm lacking leadership from you.
I do believe that. But that doesn't mean you're not doing anything. I feel like the last 2 agenda items have been about, trying to have some leadership here, asking you desperately to do what you do. So I don't know if you actually have 3 staff, that's great. Well, what's the plan? What's the onboarding plan? How are we going to train them? When are they going to be your projection fully operational? That's what I'm asking. So it can't be both things that you have no staff and you have 3 staff. So I'm just trying to move the conversation along because we can sit here all day and brainstorm ideas that will be shot down,
Here's what I've heard regarding open records. I heard that the board is not going to require them to be answered in 30 days or any date at all. And so what I'm going to tell the residents is you have to file a lawsuit because you will respond to a lawsuit. It's very easy, and that is the world we're going to operate in, and that's fine. I don't see us coming together. I don't see us saying, look, 60 days is going to be a date that we're going to hold ourselves accountable to. Nobody wants to put a date on it. That's what litigation is for.
Mark, I think you're up next.
Yeah, going back to the issue of can volunteers fill the gap? I guess one of the concerns I have, liability. I mean, if I volunteer to go in, I'll run payroll for you. And what if I screw up the payroll processing? Who's responsible for that? Hey, I'll do open records request for you. What if I missed something? I didn't know that records existed here and existed there. So I pulled a list for you and I said, here, I met the open records request. And I got it wrong. I would worry a lot about that. If we're just taking volunteers to do these kinds of things, who's taking that liability? So that's a concern of mine. And I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm not opposed to setting standards, but I don't think you can set a standard in the absence of any staff to actually process the record. It's not fair, I don't think, to say that Brian or even the board has been doing nothing. The board has been, and through Brian, has been searching to fill these positions. That is the solution, to get the people with the expertise and the training to do the job. And that's where I think their total focus has been on that. And there's been some success. more needs to be done, but as soon as that's stabilized, there should be standards, and we should say open record requests should be turned around in X days. It may not be turned around in X days. It'll be X plus or X minus, and the board can look at that from time to time and say, that's satisfactory or that's unsatisfactory, and what do we need to do to improve performance? But to produce performance data now about when there's nobody there to do the work, it would kind of be a meaningless statistic to me at that point. So let's get the positions filled. And at that point, we can have the conversation about measurements and standards and accountability. And it remains a priority. It always has been a priority. It remains a priority, but we recognize we have other statutory requirements as well. It's a terrible position that the administrator is in. He has to make choices about things that all are priorities.
So this has been a good discussion. We're coming up on 10:45. What do we want to do with this item? Any further discussion? Shabnam, was there something you want to advance for the board to react to, or should we leave this as an agenda item moving forward? What would you like to do?
I think it's for the next board to decide how they want to handle policies. I hear what Mark says, but I don't see the village telling the state we're not going to do an audit or we're not going to pass a budget until we have our vacancies filled. So we kind of pick and choose which statutes we want to fulfill requirements based on the respect we show that requirement. We just don't respect the residents enough to care for their statutory obligations being filled.
I don't think that's what I said. I don't think that's a fair. What we're saying is our volume, our ability to churn out and satisfy these requests, it's not where we want it to be, and it will improve. And it will improve as we add staff, as we are doing. We're not saying we're ignoring it. We're just not churning them out as fast as we should. We recognize that, and we're going to get better, and we're putting resources into it. I don't know what more we can do. You can't get blood from a stone.
What's lost in this discussion is the village the admin team has answered. I don't remember what the percentage is. It's a huge percentage. We're not like it isn't less than 50% of open records requests. I mean, we're in a good range of acceptable range of where we have answered far and above any other year that this village has ever had. This perception into the community that the village staff is ignoring and not answering, I want to say it's like 75, 80% or something, or higher of the open records requests. And we've only really, really struggled the last few months when we had all this turnover. I mean, and we're in a predicament where we had an audit we were preparing for. So you have to tell the finance director, focus on that. We have to get the audit done. And then, you have an emergency there. Like, what more do you want us to do? Like, I mean, people are not willing to work around the clock for this place. I'm already here Friday, Sunday, Tuesday night. Like, come on, guys. Like, I was the only one in the office yesterday. And to be accused of these things is ridiculous.
Yeah. I can just add some color to that statement about open records. Julie sent me a tally. In 2025, there were 74 submitted, 67 are completed. In 2026 so far, 9 have been submitted and 7 completed. So
exactly.
Right now there are 9 open records requests pending.
You're telling me right now that there are 9 open records requests total pending?
From the time that Julie emailed me on the 25th of February.
You know, not all of them are equal. You know, this one from the district attorney is like over a whole number of years completely. I mean, that is not like going and finding one email. That is like a PhD level effort to put all that together.
Even we're fully staffed.
Yeah. So have to be realistic.
Yeah, we're ready to move forward. Okay. All right, so item 8, reports of officials and committees, village president. I'll just, Marilyn mentioned earlier the appreciation dinner recognition event. Appreciate the work that volunteers did on that. I know Eric Moser was a great help. Huge. But a very nice event, really nice opportunity for folks to come together, and we recognize some great individuals. And each of you were provided with remarks from that event. Dietmar's last board meeting, Bob's last board meeting. Thank you so much for your dedication and hard work and the value you brought, to this body and to this community. And I hope that you're going to continue to stay involved in a different way. You will certainly be missed by me, missed by this board. That's all I had.
For my report, just wanted to, again, I know we've got the appointment thing for Taylor Wall in another item here, but I've included a little bit on his background in the administrator right up here. I've also got a update that I paused the assistance for Julie, Mr. Allen, who has been working with accounting stuff with her pending her return. ZBA meeting got canceled on the 9th. So we are going to be rescheduling that. And then last page is just a little summary again regarding the legal Wisconsin municipalities upcoming meetings.
Chief's report is in the packet. No treasurer's report. Any committee reports? Anything anyone wants to add about the committees? Maybe we talked enough about that. Appointments, item 9A, appointing Taylor Wall as village clerk. There's a motion. Do we have a motion for that, Brian?
I didn't remember to put the motion in. I apologize for that. We need a motion to appoint Taylor Wall as village clerk effective March 3rd. What I can share with you all is in the process, we had our panel do the interview. We had a member of the personnel committee, Carol, as part of the panel. Julie Fitzgerald, myself, took part in that. Completed reference checks, the background checks, and feel that we have a really good candidate to bring up here. We're excited for it. And Taylor also has the authorized certifications for this process. So you can bring that in and immediately start utilizing those skills for the show.
Sure.
Yeah, I will just add that he was everybody's first choice. Seems to have an awesome demeanor for handling, keeping many balls in the air. He has extensive election experience, also quite a bit of open records experience. It's wonderful that we caught somebody who's willing to leave Madison to be the clerk in the municipality.
So when I saw the name, I Googled to learn more about the person, and what came up was like T-Wall Enterprises, which is a developer. So then I went through LinkedIn and I was finding and trying to find, and I couldn't find this person. So I asked Brian if I could have the resume to look at it. I think that it's hard. I don't want, as I wrote in my email to the board today, I don't want to vote on something like the CSM without any documents. I think that if this is something that the board is required to approve, that the board would have a CV to look at, and apparently it's illegal for us to have that. I really am confused why things come to the board for approval, no documents. I mean, when I looked up the guy, all I kept seeing is that this is a person that was at a developer company, and apparently it's not the right person because you guys are saying this person from Madison. Is there a reason we can't have a resume? I wish this person's great, but I can't vote for somebody if I can have no document to review.
Well, that's why we have a personnel committee to make these recommendations.
But just like the plan commission recommends the CSM, it is the board's ultimate responsibility, liability, and authority to review that CSM and confirm that it's correct. Otherwise, the personnel committee would make the appointment and not go through us. Why do I feel like I don't speak English?
There's a gap between the ordinances which say that the board must confirm an appointment, or the board would appoint, and the job description of the administrator, which has evolved quite a bit over the 100 years. And now it says that the administrator has authority to hire, fire, discipline, etc. And those privileges of the administrator are incorporated by reference in the ordinances. So on one hand, you have ordinance that says board must appoint, and on the other hand, you have ordinance that says administrator has these authorities by reference. So what we've been doing ever since the administrator job description looked that way is basically rubber stamping. That's what we've been doing, and nobody has had a problem with it. So, you know, there's a discontinuity there, but we've appointed many people without seeing their CVs, you know, counting on the interview panel basically to do its job. So I see your points, but yeah, it's a rubber stamp, and I don't have any problem with that.
You guys can't share the resume?
You can't share it in open session.
Why? I'm confused, I guess.
It's like we don't share your medical records. Personal information.
You couldn't have emailed it to us? We're not allowed to see the clerk's resume. We're not allowed to know the clerk's resume.
I think unless that clerk wanted to share it with you, no.
I don't know the answer to that. I just know that we can't make it public. And given how the agenda was set up, I mean, that's the way we've been doing it. I mean, we've been doing it for years. I don't think Brian could have anticipated that suddenly for this instance, we needed to have, you know, give the resume to everybody and do it differently.
I don't think we were involved for Nicole or Katie's positions. I think it's just the clerk that is the board's responsibility.
The clerk and the treasurer are supposed to be appointed by the board.
Which is why we have this item.
Or, I mean, I'm like Sean on something. I'd love to see it, but if I can't, it's denied me. I'm not going to not vote for this person in this sense. I have the recommendation from the panel. the vetting that the panel has done. We're short-staffed. We're not pumping out record requests. We're not getting the audit done. We're not getting a lot of stuff done. I'm going to support this. I mean, I think it's unfortunate in the future. I would hope we could clear it up, and so that the board for those positions, in particular the clerk and the treasurer, just like the administrator, the board sees that, and maybe we'll need to have in the future just say, oh, that's no problem. We just have to have a closed session to do it. I think it would be helpful if we had that information, but I don't think it's a barrier, at least not for me, to support the motion. 2 cents.
Well, I'll put a motion on the floor.
Thank you, Dietmar.
To appoint Taylor Wall as village clerk starting March 30th, 2026.
There a second to that motion? Thank you, Bob. Further discussion on the motion? Carol, appreciate your good work on this. Brian, appreciate your good work on this. We casted the net. We got some really good candidates in this work process, and we brought forth this recommendation. To your point, Carol, someone coming from the Madison Clerk's office, I think it's going to be a real plus for us. And I'm looking forward to meeting and getting this work done. So I'm going to support the motion. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Opposed? Motion carries. Future agenda items, opportunity for trustees to request an item be added to the future agenda. No discussion now.
I previously withdrew my future agenda item chapters 1 and 2. Taking it off, and I think the thing foreseeable future will gave it overhaul those 2 chapters. So there's no point in leaving it on the agenda.
Shawna, you have the heavy minutes and agendas available on the website.
Well, I created a village YouTube channel. Yeah. And if the board or the administration does not value public records, meaning publicly accessible, to allow it to be on the village website longer than 3 years, we can certainly create an alternative website and keep it going where we download everything from the village website and upload it. I firmly, strongly believe in public records being accessible to the public. And is that something that needs to be on? Is that if it's controversial, let me take it off the list of items and I can resolve it on my own. Can somebody let me know, is this a controversial thing of having minutes?
Say it again.
Having meeting minutes available on the village website for more than 3 years.
My question was, are we going to keep this on for a future agenda? The answer is probably yes. Because we're not having a lengthy discussion about it right now.
That's right, but he's asking for clarification. Is this something that is controversial where we should bring it, or in this administration?
Honestly, I don't know if there is a retention. I don't know what this, I guess it's storage, if it's a storage capacity thing, I don't know what the reason for the website. Like, I don't know how many years you can keep materials on.
Do you guys have a policy now to remove after 3 years?
I'll check, but I don't think so.
Any other items? Mark, and then Dietmar.
I would just like to add the committee minutes and meeting requirements. So follow up on the agenda item that Shawna brought. That is to say, what we do is we did resolve it as to what are the standards for the minutes, what are the minimum requirements in terms of posting and so on, to make sure that we understand what's discretionary in committees and what's not, so that we can make some progress on this issue. So that's, I just call it committee minutes and meeting requirements. Just tell us what we have to do, and then everything else.
Yeah.
we'll figure out.
Right. Best practices, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree. There's some work we could do there. I think that's going to work. It's going to have a lot of work. Anything else for the DMARC?
Yeah, I can't own this. I mean, I'm moving off, so I hope somebody else can take this. I think it'd be important for a future board to check in on the strategic.
Yeah.
Or a half ago or so. Do not sign it up. So maybe someone will claim ownership.
Any other items for the future agenda items?
Not for that, but when you guys do your committees and nominations, can you add Brian Upchick to the list because he's still emailing saying he's not on the list? I submitted an application.
Okay. Motion to adjourn. Someone, thank you, Mark. Second, Carol, you have to vote. Have a nice evening, everyone.
So looking around on the village website within the last 2 videos.
I took liberty at running your rank voice loading through Gemini. Another AI product. It did come out with the same result.
Yeah,
good. And a nice little summary as well as what the product you might want. And as we try to explain to residents what that rank vote